sad that I've taught myself how to use all these goddamn tools.
That's not sad. That's impressive, honestly. There's honestly, like, more respect, I feel like, you know, the people that self-teach themselves versus those that don't.
I'm honestly glad.
I mean, not that there's, like, that much of a, like...
I'm so glad I bought fucking 2 of these.
Why is that not good?
Huh?
Is that not good?
No, I was debating when I was at fucking Home Depot. I was like, should I get 2 or should I get 1? And I bought the other one just in case I fucked the first one up. Because I spent, like...
A lot of time working on that one?
Fuck no. I spent a lot of money on the fucking metal.
Oh.
This is almost, like, for 2 sheets of this, it's almost $100.
Damn. Well,
They're like $49.95 a piece.
So pretty much about $50.
Dude, I've been carrying these around all day, this metal, and people just look at me like, so fucking weird. I get to work, I need to get the truck fixed, because I'm tired of everyone at work being like, oh, Harley only buys shitty vehicles, non-running pieces of crap, and I'm like, fuck you. I made it all the way back from Woodburn.
I mean, you did. I mean, also, it's just like... I mean, it's not like you always do that, but, I mean, I will have to at least have a little tiny bit of fairness. You do kind of more often than not.
What, buy vehicles that don't... Fuck you, my T-Bird runs.
Oh, nah, yeah, there
Fuck
it is.
you.
I knew it.
Fuck you. The T-Bird runs, ran when I got it.
Yeah, for the most part.
No, it's still... Well, actually, no, it doesn't run right now. I'm waiting on parts, that's why it doesn't run.
Well, at least right now there's a fair reason as to why, you know...
My motorcycle fucking runs. Well, if I can figure out the fucking wiring problem, or what the problem why it won't start. Why is there just like... How old is this?
I would not trust that at all.
I'm not trusting it. I'm just asking how long it's been there.
That was my roommate. Honestly, I'm just like kind of a little low-key, but like, bruh to him on that one. Oh, this makes you giggle like it made me giggle. Don't put this on screen because copyright. Also, what's up? Not much. I was actually kind of reading up on some of the new ballot measure for the election later about the gun regulation and shit. You know, just kind of seeing what is all in there, and honestly, it's just like the more and more I read.
I fucking love your dad.
Yeah, but it's just like the more and more I read on it, the more and more I'm actually not really liking it. I'm hyper as fuck. I chugged a Starbucks triple shot. The fuck, like, oh my god, just do something casual caffeine-wise, like tea, like, holy god. I'm talking to Venom. Like, I mean, you have a lot of shit on your back, by the way.
What do you mean I have a lot of shit on my back?
I don't know, it looks like you, like, laid on, like, a pile of, like, dead fluff or something. Or, like...
Oh, it's because I was under my truck.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it's probably still... Well, it's mostly... Well, now it's just the top of your shirt.
Well, instead of telling me about it, I want you to help a brother out. Help a brother out.
I don't want that falling on my weed.
Oh my god, fuck you, bro. Kiss my ass. I see where loyalty lies here.
Well,
once I get the truck going, we'll put you in the trunk.
Well, yeah, there's still some shit left over here.
Yeah, screw you, I really don't give a shit. It's actually fucking getting cold outside for...
Yeah, I know, it's actually kind of cooled down for once in a while.
I was like, what the hell? One time I didn't bring a jacket.
Fuck, it's relieving. I'm fine with it, honestly.
Okay. From a distance. X's or crosses?
I mean, they're more like X's, but...
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Because if you look at it a certain way, this way, it looks like fucking X's. This way, if you look at it just in the right way, it looks like crosses. And I don't want crosses.
So don't have it looking like that, then.
Well, I don't think it's going to matter, because I have to double it. I did one. I was gonna do one to single skinny one in there, but then I looked at it. I was like, no. You can still see the radiator, and I was like, we can't have that.
I imagine that wouldn't be a good idea, though I don't know shit about cars or automotive work, so I don't know.
What?
I don't know, like, half of the shit you're talking about outside, I don't think is a good idea for a radiator to be showing while driving around, so that, I feel like, would be a good idea.
Man.
I'm showing how dumb I am when it comes to automotives in comparison to you, okay? Like, I mean...
Okay, the only reason I know so much about fucking shit is I either I learned it by fucking guessing.
I mean, you also had that automotive class for a couple years in high school.
Yeah, that didn't teach me shit.
Probably because you already knew a lot of the stuff, because it's a basic intro class, you know, into that shit.
I was like, Zukov!
I mean, for someone like...
Here. Get in here.
Yeah, how about you eyeball him, actually? Yeah, quit talking to me, either eyeball him.
Huh?
Fucking...
It wasn't that far, he was only outside the gate.
I don't know. Someone needs to be looking at him. That's why I keep him in here or close the
back.
Close the fucking gate.
The gate is closed.
Somehow I doubt that.
What do you think I just did?
Oh, so you just... See, I knew it.
Fuck off, Suzuki.
You realize it's called I haven't smoked since I got off work here? Like, jeez. I've been sitting here slowly loading the bowl. God.
What?
I get a little ornery when I'm sober, okay? Jeez.
Huh?
I get a little fucking ornery when I'm sober. Holy shit, are you deaf?
I have one headphone in my ear.
Plus, I'm being a smartass because you exist.
God damn it, what'd I do with that fucking Sharpie? I got it fucking
Gotta be smartass to your friends, too.
Zukov, what the fuck did you do with the Sharpie? I just fucking had it. Big fat fucking Sharpie. Where the fuck did it go?
Oh my fucking god. Hey, you.
I blame
Hey,
you, dog.
Zukov.
I blame
Oh, you're gonna follow? Oh, he's following him now. I see where Zukov's loyalty lies. Anyway. My stepdad was just... your stepdad was just diagnosed with ADD, and I'm not sure how to feel about that as an ADHD. Flip side is getting Adderall to treat it. It's kind of hard to accept that, so the old man was able to avoid ADD diagnosis for that long, but it does explain why he has the attention span of a gnat. Bro, you wanna know when my dad was diagnosed autistic? Literally a few days after I was. So... it's possible, dude. It's possible to go undiagnosed for quite a long time. You know, with something. Because when I was, they were wondering, alright, where's kind of the root of where that started? So they diagnosed both my parents, and mainly my dad first, actually, because they were like, well, you don't really seem to extrude a lot of behavior, mama here. So we'll look at the dad. And, you know, they're like, oh, yeah, he does. And they test him and realize, oh, yeah, you're the reason why he does. And they're like, oh. So, yeah, and he's stubborn as not just a gnat, but, well, he can also partially have an attention span of a gnat, but also be stubborn as a fucking rock because of that. So, that's a double whammy, too, for right there. Frankly, like, half the time, he's always, like, trailing off rambling about random bullshit. Or literally repeating himself over and over again. Which, frankly, is quite annoying, especially when it's just like, it's like you have a convo, then he just starts repeating himself, and it's like, I'm not gonna do that. It's like, is this a cue where the conversation's over and you just don't know how to stop it, so you're repeating yourself or something? But it's just like, okay. I mean, I've done that a few times before, but usually I try to catch myself and be like, alright, moving on. Oh my fuck! Don't be like that. Stop it. Stop it. Don't be like that. Logan and I will we could be single forever together. No, stop it.
No, I will not.
I mean, you're kind of proof of it. I mean, it's like you're single off and on like pretty frequently, but yet you know, it's like you're able to like find. It's like, I mean, it's like shit. Even me and I ain't like the most active motherfucker out there. You know what I mean? It's just like, frankly, not really, honestly, that active.
I just can't find a girl to put up with my ass. And my love for automobiles.
Or, I mean, it's or a little bit of both, really. It's like, I mean, on one hand, it's like you want to find a chick that you could put up with their shit and a chick that could put up with your shit. It's a mutual putting up with people's shit, but you can tolerate it because you love each other and all that, you know.
How the fuck did I lose a fucking Sharpie that's like this fucking big?
I don't know. Why are you asking me? I just got here, like, what, like 15 minutes ago? And
yeah, and I had it like a second ago.
Oh my goodness. Let's keep finding anyone who put up my commie values in Alabama. Dude, like, honestly, like, the more I've been like hearing some random news from your fucking state lately, that's just making me wonder, like, what really is your state? Like, there was some news reporter apparently that yeah, but yeah, like, so like there were like, holy fucking shit, can I get a point out? You're so loud. Oh. Shut up. Fuck. Anyway, so it's just like, you know, it's like there's, you know, so there's like some dude being executed on death fucking row, and straight the fuck up, like, like there's this female news reporter who's like not wearing anything like, you know, bad, because guess what, you know, they're just a female news reporter with like, I don't know, just a casual dress or something and casual heels or whatever, you know. And the dudes at the fucking like the prison are just like, what you're wearing is inappropriate. You're not allowed to be in here. There's a dress code here at this prison. It's just like, what? Like, there's a news reporter who dead ass is just like, I mean, who can really frankly wear whatever the fuck she wants. And yet they're just like, no, because of dress code, you're not allowed. Alabama is just fucking whack. So, Cal, what are you doing? Yeah, they can get it easily. Most guys don't have that privilege. I mean, it's like, not unless they actually, I mean, it's not like, you know, inherently like some privilege thing and shit outside of the, you know, like social or cultural norms. But frankly, there's a lot of people that shed outside of that type of normal paradigm and that type of like normalcy in a sense. And more people are feeling more normalized to branch away from what was traditional and shit. So it's just like, all in all, I mean, it's not really, you know, as like a big of a, you know, exactly. Prove my point. Traditionalists, like, you know, shit is like a lot more boring and not as, you know, seen as fucking like, oh my goodness, we have to, you know, it's like, let us, you know, be very nice and prim and proper, please. It's like, that's not exactly, you know, a major thing, you know, that's, you know, a consideration anymore. Biggest fuck with guys, because down here you don't know who's just catfishing you to beat you up. Well, no shit. I mean, it's goddamn fucking, you know, it's Alabama. I mean, in the South, it's, you know, because of a lot of cultural traditions and shit, you know, that tends to make a lot of, you know, these type of casual things harder. Because in a very hardcore traditionalist conservative type of society and shit, like a lot of these, you know, things like branching out, hooking up, you know, even, you know, a lot of basic things like intimacy or whatever is seen as sinful or seen as bad or vice or degenerate. Especially if it's even farther away from the traditional, like, you know, heteronormativity of just like man, woman, and like your 2 kids. Or 5,000 children, or however many children you could bump.
I'm fucking... Okay, I'm done. You know what's scary? I just realized I had a dream about me doing this exact same thing.
Okay.
I'm a little creeped out by that.
Most people just need one degree or another for their mental well-being. Not all, but most. Sorry to find guys and girls. Then for girls to find guys. Yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, like, you know, say that's not true, because that is. Like, it's definitely not, like, you know, easier for me, so to speak, to just go out and, you know, hook up with somebody in comparison, you know, to a woman.
It's so hard to hook up with somebody.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna, you know, say it's like impossible, but I mean, a lot of that, I think it's just, you know, not just necessarily men, but I think people in general just hyper overthink shit like this, you know, in a lot of ways, where, you know, where there's like either like a sense of over expectation, or maybe even a sense of, you know, even hyper under expectation, and a lot of it just comes into like, oh well, I'm not just gonna. It's basically just like, you know, an expectation of either extremes, like, oh, it's just not gonna happen, or, oh, you know, I have to go out there and I can slay pretty much anybody type of shit. But it's just like, I mean, it's just very fucking complicated, you know. So it's like, I mean, a lot of it, you know, I think comes from, you know, just a little bit of overanalyzing shit. Because in a lot of ways, like, at least for me, I've definitely, you know, like, had people that were, you know, like, you know, for me, and, you know, there's like kind of this mutual connection type of shit. But it's not like, you know, where either I or, you know, the other person might be, you know, totally interested in shit. But it's at least like, you know, enough of like, you know, some sort of connection to be like, oh, well, you know, I want to at least, you know, see what's more about you. And sometimes that goes somewhere, sometimes it doesn't. But it's just at least, you know, but at least, you know, when it comes to those situations, it's not like an expectation one way or the other.
I could not find the Sharpie in your room.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you did with it then.
No, I handed it back to you.
Well, I probably left it here, and that's probably the same one that you were using. So.
No. I brought the one I was using for my work.
Well, okay.
You know what? I wonder if it's by the truck.
I literally don't give a fuck about this Sharpie situation. Why do you put me into this? It's like, oh my god.
Because you have one in your room, and I just couldn't find it.
Oh my fucking god. You know, feeling able to touch the for person most girls to have is must be already sexual want / need to have sex. I mean, I don't know necessarily if like most people are just outright like heterosexual and shit, but I mean, it's just like all in all, I mean, it's like there is. I mean, it's a part of biology. Like, I mean, a part of our, you know, I mean, it's just kind of part of life in general, where it's like, yeah, life, well, literally fucks. I mean, that's just kind of a part of it, and a lot of it is, well, just kind of basic, you know, biological, like, kind of procreation, you know, like, you know, rituals or events that happen. I mean, there's a lot of animals, including us, that do it outside of that, you know, because there's a recognition that, well, obviously it feels good. No, I mean, honestly, I think, you know, at least to some degree, you know, like I'm saying, there's, you know, part of it, you know, does play majorly through, you know, culture and society, where it's like when you have, like, these major set standards on, like, what is attractive or unattractive, and what is, you know, like, kind of, like, good for putting out or not good, or what you need to, like, kind of bottle away or whatever, which, frankly, nothing should. Like, I mean, it's because that's just not a good thing. And it's you know, it's just like a lot of these different things, you know, especially when there's such a, like, major, like, especially from, like, all various different things, you know, it's just like, oh, here's, like, you know, like, elements of, like, entertainment where it's, like, there's, like, extensive sultry sex being sold and all this shit. Then you got, like, hyper-Puritans, you know, from this angle. Then you got, like, weird middle ground people who are like, well, it's okay to have some, but, you know, some of it, you know, needs to still be kind of pure, blah, blah, blah. Like, you get all these different things, and it kind of fucks with people. Like, it just does. I mean, I know it did for me for a while because of all these various different things, and it doesn't exactly help when it comes to, you know, one, you know, not just putting yourself out there, but also trying to overcome, you know, insecurity about these things. I think dating apps are the biggest factor why it's become so hard. I definitely think it's a major role. I mean, that's another part of it. Not the only factor, but the biggest is attention to girls. I mean, I'm just like someone who's at least, you know, who's bisexual, so it's not just about, like, girls or anything like that. I mean, at least for me, it's not even really about, like, you know, the real gender or sexual aspects. It's just about, you know, really who that person is. At least, you know, for me. That, you know, it's just at least, you know, one, I guess, expectation or preference that, you know, is far more, I guess, preset in comparison to, like, other attributes about a person. It's just kind of, like, really overall their character. I mean, so at least, you know, like, extrapolating that part out, it's just like, you know, while it is definitely, you know, difficult, because while also there's not really just competition of other people, you know, there's also whether that person, you know, at least is, you know, curious enough about you, which that's kind of a two-way street a little bit. Like, a lot of, you know, there's a lot of parts that, you know, go on that person, but, you know, there's also a degree where it's that self. It's like, you know, what about yourself are you putting out, you know, in a way. And that doesn't necessarily mean just, like, you know, this confidence thing or whatever the fuck, you know, that shit. It's just like, I mean, like, for me, like, I'm actually, especially out in public, I'm actually pretty quiet. Like, I'm pretty reserved, honestly. But especially when I go to pubs, you know, even if I'm... Uh-oh. Disaster. But anyway, like, even, you know, but, like, you know, I'm really quiet. But even if I go, like, by myself to, like, pubs and, like, go play pool and shit like that, like, I mean, just because, like, you know, for example, like, I'll wear a hat like this or something like that, you know, just whip this on and have just, like, my, like, you know, some military, like, surplus jacket or some shit and just kind of casually playing pool by myself. There, you know, there's, you know, there will be some, just, you know, having that to kind of, like, put out, even though it's honestly very, very subtle. It's just, it's a hat and a jacket, you know, combo, and that's pretty much it. Like, and, you know, just with that alone, that, you know, gets, you know, someone to at least be like, huh, that person's kind of interesting. And, you know, like I said, at least this is in a situation or a context where it's at a pub or a bar, and, you know, because liquid courage, you know, is definitely a thing. And, you know, where it's just like, hey, you know, like, what you about? Actually, dog shit by girls' strong appearance. Well, either, like, those people were, like, absolute, like, shitbags, or, you know, it's like there was maybe some critique about your appearance, but don't need to be, like, absolute shitbags over, because there's definitely, like, there was a point where there was at least, like, an awkward period of me where I basically didn't really, like, grew out of the, like, clothing and aesthetic that I was wearing throughout high school and shit, basically. And after a while, I kind of broke off of that little shell and shit, you know, as at least as kind of like an example of that type of shit. And honestly, like, I would get kind of fucked on a little bit because I'd still wear, like, you know, my high school hoodie or some shit that, you know, I've had for, like, since I've, you know, been wearing it throughout high school and shit. So it's just like, you know, just random shit like that. But it's not like, you know, bringing somebody down, it's not how you do it. It's like, you lift them up, be like, you know, it's like, that jacket don't really fit you no more here. Like, I think you'd look pretty good in these type of jackets, you know, show them those type of styles and be like, you know, see if they're actually legit into it. If not, be like, oh, well, what about these type of styles or some shit? Like, actually do something to boost up and bring somebody up when it comes to, something, that's not just, really necessarily a critique, but, in a sense of like, I see, some type of a potentiality in you, here's how we can pump that up. And, bring that, something to, make yourself kind of stand out a little more. Not necessarily just like an overt direct thing, but just kind of indirectly, because, if someone's curious enough that, even as just like a conversation, someone might come up. I want this hat back. It's more light. That's not most, but most people can relate to. Wait, what? Someone willing to empathize with slow, very emotional pain management, feeling or anyone finance, social or human being. Most of most people relate to. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just something that, like, I think, especially at least, people who haven't had, like, at least for a while, long, periods of intimacy or at least long-term periods without intimacy and shit. It's just like, yeah, there's obviously going to be a major sense of want, after a while, because, again, it's just kind of, something that, people need to a degree. Well, at least not necessarily need, but want, because it's just kind of a part of our biology. And, it's just like, with all the various different variables and shit, making this, as so complex as it is, it just, like I'm saying from earlier, especially with all these different things, it does kind of fuck with people and shit, because when you, try to push a standard or have someone raised on a certain standard and shit, and not everyone, especially in the same country, is raised on that type of standard, it just makes it that much more difficult, whether it's, being raised or, growing up and then getting into, like, things like hookup culture or, like, the more Puritan style, like, traditionalist, type of thing, or whatever the fuck. I mean, anything in between. And then we act surprised when funneling this slow very much pain, toxic resentment, less misogyny. I mean, we shouldn't act surprised, but we shouldn't necessarily, be okay with the fact that, they have such a toxic resentment or like a misogynistic idea and shit. It's just like, I mean, yeah, it's like, that's why, like I said, bringing people down is not necessarily, what's going to help them with that type of shit. If anything, it does get them more down to that type of thinking. Hence why, like I was saying earlier, especially if there's somebody that, especially has potentiality, because everyone does, and, they, aren't exactly, in a spot where they're able to, be that, then it's just like you want to, show them, or at least, bring them closer to a point to where they can at least, reach that. Whether it's, for relationships or just like, how they look or with or just their general identity abroad or whatever it is. Trying to expand on a hobby or like, an interest or a talent, whatever it is. This is systemic spend. Most women straight who can't find partners. Yeah. I mean, I just kind of wonder, like, about, at least for me, at least, just because a lot of it, for me, it's just more about, like, curiosity of it. It's just, like, I wonder how much of, like, of it is, just based on, like, a lot of these social aspects, a lot of these different, cultural aspects, and, like, various different things of standards, and, like, dating apps as well. I mean, there's a lot of different things that, I'd want, honestly, I do think, could probably merit some legit study on. Because also, in a lot of ways, depending on the region, at least in the U.S., it seems like, for, whatever the reason is, I mean, it does kind of, like, vary a little bit. Like, in, like, places in PNW, it doesn't seem like as big of an issue, but places, like, around, like, Midwest areas or in the South, especially places that don't have any opportunity at all, really, which comes in part with a lot of lack of socioeconomic opportunity, too. I mean, it's like it also hyper embellishes these things as well, so, I mean, and also just considering a lot of just, the economic issues currently. I mean, people not be able to really like have financial stability. Also, just homelessness. I mean, a lot of these different things. People don't necessarily want to be with someone who's like homeless and unstable and shit. But at the same time, it's just like if they are too, then they can't really think about it. I mean, it's just like there's a lot of variables that, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to honestly, like, I guess, really quantify truly, I guess. Also address the inherent right-wing breeding grounds that incels tend to flock to, Nick Fuentes, for example. Yeah, I do think that there is also like a political element to a lot of this stuff that we are talking about too, and I think a lot of it's mainly because there's a lot of indoctrinatory propaganda that I think also really enables and feeds a lot of this kind of toxic misogynist stuff that Carl was talking about. Because it's not necessarily just the fact that like straight guys, unable to find partners, makes them toxically misogynistic and resented. I mean, it can, but it wouldn't necessarily be the only factor and shit. A lot of it also tends to be, because they hear other voices and other people that tend to confirm their views and confirm their ideas because of a lot of these things. Like, Andrew Tate's, like, a big dude right now, and he's, like, I mean, that dude's a toxic motherfucker. Like, I mean, he was, I think, nicknamed, like, the king of toxic masculinity or some shit. I mean, the dude is legit, like, an outright scumfuck. But, I mean, he's just kind of like another, at least right now, like, another big name that, fettles a lot of these type of dudes that have this type of resentment or feelings and shit. And essentially just make them more, confirmed into that type of opinions. And really, if anything, it's just feeding that same reciprocal cycle. I mean, in a lot of ways, it tends to be defeatist in nature. But only a couple of real relationships. Well, I mean, you obviously got something going for yourself. As in, they don't see it as genuine, valid human emotion. Spoonful of hashtag not all. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm kind of thinking more about the not all thing, because I know there definitely are, like, rat femmes and TERFs, especially, I think, in a lot of ways, that tend to hold a lot of those type of positions. I feel like at this point, a lot of feminism is really kind of altered more towards, shift, when it comes to, like, a lot of the reproductive rights and just really their own bodily autonomy at this point, just considering a lot of the social backlash with, like, Roe v. Wade and all this other shit. So, at least with, like, the current movement of feminism has kind of shifted around a little bit for right now. But, it's, not really saying, like, that's a bad or good thing. But, it's just, like, kind of how, it is for currently. But there's still definitely a lot of rap femmes and, TERF types that are still like, nah, fuck men, though. They're the ones who did this. All men did this. And it's just like, don't you think it's just like a bunch of rich, elite, old white dudes who did that? Like, I mean, I want to lump all dudes on that one, but okay. Because even most men agree with the whole abortion rights issue. It's really legit, like a fringe fucking minority, even globally, that, is on this whole, like, fuck abortion mentality. To, like, drive, I have a lack of ambition. I really don't want to do much more than I already have. I shelter, food, entertainment. What's really lack is transportation and companionship. Well, I mean, it's like, there's nothing really, like, wrong with that. I mean, I think a lot of people just want, just the basics, it's like the shelter, the food, the water, someone to be with and shit, and some entertainment. That's about it. Like, what, do we all, like, do people, outside of weirdos and, like, ANCAP libertarian dorks, I mean, who really wants to, like, work all the fucking time, and shit. Like, they'd rather do, be on, hanging out with friends, with their partners, or, like, chilling at home, playing video games, doing a hobby or something like that. I mean, they'd rather be doing other shit. I'd rather be doing other shit instead of working. I was half tempted to be like, do I really want to work today, or should I call in? I was, like, half tempted today. Because I'm just like, ugh. But I got like one more day before my little mini vacay, so I'm just like, all right, well, I'll rough it out just a little more. Even though I really don't want to. Same village life, being stable, not having to work. I mean, I suppose it's a silver lining to it. But even with, you know, things like inflation and, you know, shit like that, I mean, is it honestly starting to, you know, in a way? I mean, I guess given circumstances it can. But, you know, there's also Alabama too. That also exists. Yo. I just realized I don't even have background music up. Boo. Should do that. Inflation is eating the heck out of my money, and batteries for my controller are through the roof. $20 for 16 batteries, ignore. Get rechargeable ones. Cause they're way poorer and we you know, seem to have this smell. Let's go, so we do. Let's just spare that out. Well, a lot of that's probably just due to, you know, various different cultural norms and maybe even different, like, social norm, well, you know, socially cultural norms, you know, and other factors. I mean, it's not just social economic conditions that play a role. I mean, it, you know, plays a big part of it, but it's not the only thing. They don't sell rechargeable batteries down here, state regulation. What? Bruh. Bro, what is that? How does that even make sense? No recharge. Okay. The polarization of holidays is mostly to blame. I mean, it definitely is like, you know, I think one of the main, major influencing factors. You know, like I was saying from earlier, I think there are at least, you know, a lot of major influencing factors, and, you know, and from that, like, subset of factors that, you know, kind of branch from those. And, I mean, especially when it comes to, like, online dating, you know, I think, you know, a lot of that also plays a major role into things like, too, again, you know, like beauty standards as well. I know hasn't been really directly talked about, at least not that I've seen, but that's like, you know, another aspect of things, you know, where like things like perfumes or like, you know, certain makeups and shit, you know, are sold and advertised, you know, because of certain, you know, beauty standards, and you have to use these specific products, you know, to make sure you know, put yourself out there in a certain way, you know, and you know, and basically let that be like an enhancer to, you know, to a lot of your, you know, experiences or a lot of what you do already. Which is kind of bullshit, because not exactly. I mean, it's like, yeah, they are enhancers, but it's just like, I mean, it shouldn't be seen as a crutch. But in a lot of ways, especially because of a lot of the very hyper-advertised consumers advertising around it, it's kind of seen as a crutch. Or it's like you have to, you know, use a lot of these things, and it's just like, setting like a very hardcore high, you know, standard of that type of shit. Does that make sense? Well, yeah, but at the same time, you know, at least when it comes to that type of shit, you know, it's also, you know, it's like, I mean, that isn't, like, I mean, it really can't necessarily inherently be, like, you know, a positive or a negative. It's just kind of one of the things that is. Because, I mean, a lot of, you know, because, I mean, like, fundamentally, at the end of the day, you can't, you know, like, because, yeah, like I was saying, like, you know, you can't exactly, like, control what, you know, a person's interests are going to be. Most men are attracted to say as a bisexual guy. I mean, that's just, see, I think that's where a lot of, you know, like, social and cultural pressure comes into play, because, frankly, honestly, it's just, like, I mean, there might, you know, be a lot of dudes that, you know, maybe for my personal preference I might find unattractive. I can recognize that they are attractive, at least especially to other people. You know, whether they are probably a little bit more overweight, or, like, some big, you know, muscle bod guy, or, like, you know, like a hyper, like, femboy, feminine type of, you know, dude or something. I mean, it's just like, you know, there might be aspects that I might not necessarily find personally attractive about one or the other, or any of them. Though, you know, to some degree I might find, you know, I could find attractiveness in any of those that I was at least make an example of, but, I mean, nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, with it, you know, it's like, if, you know, if there's, like, someone I might find unattractive, I can at least be like, alright, well, I mean, other people, you know, might still find that person attractive, and, hell, I can at least recognize that they can be an attractive person, you know, even if I aren't personally you know, or at least have a personal interest in it. We're just pulling dating apps. Well, what would be, like, most men in their eyes? I mean, it's just like when it comes to polling, I mean, it's just like a lot of the, like, overall results of it can only really go so far. It's like polling kind of can get you an idea, but it's just like, I mean, fundamentally, I mean, when it comes to it, it's like, what does it mean by just, like, most men? I mean, it's just like, it's a very vague and very broad thing, and that could pretty much just at that point mean anybody. That's why I'm afraid we can never meet face to face, Ignore. I'm afraid my booty would be too much for you to handle. Damn. On dating apps? Well, it's a biased poll anyway. Like, I mean, it's already somewhat flawed because it's only using a very specific demographic, women on dating apps. Not just women, just in general, whether they use or don't use dating apps. I mean, it's just like, it's a little flawed if it's only using just women who use dating apps. Because there's also a lot of women out there who don't. God damn it, music stop. How dare the music stop. Boo. There we go. Apps are visual, so work out. Be fun to be around. Face-to-face looks are only one part of it. I mean, there's some truth to it. I mean, apps are a very visual thing, and whatever you put in your little bio only really says so much when it comes to dating apps. Especially just out of, like, you know, looks alone. I mean, you know, especially if a lot of dating apps, you know, primarily go based on that. I mean, it's a little hard also, you know, to try to, you know, push for the good personality too, and at least for the workout thing, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's like not everyone is necessarily able, maybe not like able or like capable, but, you know, I guess, you know, willing or, you know, the motivation of like working out, or like in a sense of like going to the gym is really like a major, you know, like a thing that people want to do. I mean, at least for me personally, it's something I kind of want to do a little bit, but not like on like, you know, some like gym membership thing. I would just buy my own weights and stuff. Damn, cat. Pew. I have a good job, brand new car, I have a good, money, I live on my own, support myself, I have a good personality. Yeah. Which are all different aspects, you know, that, you know, make, you know, an overall person, you know, to help, you know, bring himself out there. And a lot of that also strikes as, hey, I'm independent. You know, especially when you're able to, you know, be like, hey, I got my own car, got my own job, my own spot. Like, I mean, that in itself is a sense of, you know, like, indirectly, I mean, shows a sense of confidence and stability, at least to be like, hey, you know, I can, you know, afford to not just feed myself, but also be on my own. Which that in itself, you know, can be an attractive thing to people. I mean, that, you know, to me is, you know, to a degree, it's like, oh, they can take care of themselves. Awesome. Nice. That's great. That's an attractive thing about somebody. Because it just means, especially if we live together, then we can, you know, both take care of each other and ourselves and, you know, be able to kind of have each other's back. Her biggest problem with me is I was unwilling to seek help for mental illness. Since then, I've gotten on. I find the world's a lot easier to deal with. I've been told a bit easier to deal with. Yeah. I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, even having a partner can help, you know, kind of realize and find some shit out about yourself, too, to a degree. And be like, you know, because of that, you know, second-hand perspective, or at least that, like, third-person perspective, to be like, hey, you know, it's just like, you know, we've been around for a while, and honestly, it's like this one thing, you know, you could probably work on a little bit. You know, and it's like, you know, and obviously have, like, you know, mature back and forth about, you know, addressing whatever that is. Whether it's like, hey, you don't, like, you know, clean up after yourself enough, or, hey, you know, it's like, you know, this specific, you know, like, you know, issue that you know, have here is, you know, it seems like, you know, might need treating or something like that. You know, have you thought about it or something? You know, there's random shit like that. It could be whatever. But, you know, having at least that person to kind of have your back, you know, and this is kind of another way of having your back where it's just like, hey, you know, it's like, you know, you might be struggling or you might not be, like, you know, like, putting up as much of an effort, and just kind of having, like, a little reminder or, like, you know, a little somebody to kind of, like, help you out with, a little, with that type of shit. Am I in car, etc. I mean, this is, you know, it's like, it definitely is, you know, a major role to it, especially, and I think a lot, and this I think where a lot of, you know, cultural, social norms come into major play. Where it's like, you know, when, like this, you know, when it comes to the standards of, you know, and also in a lot of ways, gender hey! When it comes into gender norms as well, where it's like, you know, men are expected to basically be this and women are expected to be that, you know, type of thing. And pretty much, like, not really much of in between. Oh, I just realized that your food and water bowl in my room. Here. I'll be right back, y'all. Just gonna grab his food and water bowl. I forgot that in my room. Here, let me get that for you, bud. Oh my god, Zukov. Patience, buddy. Food and water. There you go. There you go, bro. I mean, I'm clean as fuck when I get comfortable. And that's turn off to most women. I mean, I can be to a degree. Like, I can, like, I mean, I definitely, can admit to myself that I, can be pretty attached if I'm actually, like, really into somebody. Which, if anything, honestly, can be a little bit of a curse in disguise, because it's like, if there is a point, that, let's say, there's a fizzling out or things end up not working for whatever reason, and it could or maybe not, regardless, of the cleanliness, I mean, that might not even be a factor to it. I mean, it's just like, let's say things start fizzling out, and, you still feel that way, then it's just like, especially emotionally, things are very bad. Because obviously it's just like, you're gonna really want to be around this person, but if they don't really want to, like, be with that, or be with you anymore for really whatever reason, like, let's say they're just maybe not interested anymore, or, like the kind of spark kind of fizzles, or, there's problems, within the relationship and shit. Yeah, I want to do everything we can together, like doing a couple stuff besides just sex, like movies, restaurants. Well, I don't even think that's necessarily being clingy. I think that's just, hanging out with your partner and shit. I mean, maybe, like, I guess the everything part is, is probably where the clinginess comes into, but, like, that's kind of normal, really. It's like, I mean, you want to have times, to do that by yourself, like, at least that's how I would feel, but, at the same time, yeah, I'd want to make sure I have time, with my partner to do that, too. Social awkward, I'm autistic. Well, I mean, I am too. I mean, the thing is, at least with that, that's like something that can be worked on. Like, I mean, I'm definitely an awkward fuck, and shit, but in a lot of ways, I mean, I kind of had to, work on at least a lot of my social awkwardness, mainly just because of my job, because I work in a, customer service and I have to talk to customers and shit. And sometimes they want be a little more talkative besides just like, hey, what's up? Can I get a, blah, 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 or whatever the fuck. Sometimes, like, hey, how's your day, man? My day's good, I was, and then they just talk to you like you've been their friend for, like, 2 years or something, and it's just like, do I know you? It's like, okay. I mean, and then you just have to kind of, like, have a back and forth with them and just talk with them. It's like, and frankly, I mean, in a lot of ways, I literally don't want to talk with these fucking people half the time, because I don't know them that well, or at all. And I'm just like, alright, whatever. It's like I just gotta have to, and I can't just, be like a, awkward and just be silent or just be like, or anything like that, so I have to at least feign interest. I mean, and it's, even now, some that I still work on a little bit because, I mean, it's not exactly like, it's like, it's not like exactly, something that obviously, just is absolutely totally controllable. It's just something that could be adapted and, molded over time, basically. And honestly, in a lot of ways, I mean, I would think that, at least for me, doing these too, being kind of like a commentator, well, not like a total commentator, but just kind of shooting the shit and, talking about whatever the fuck, really, shit also helps out with that too, because, it helps, with my, linguistic speaking and, especially when it comes to whatever topic, especially ones that, might be in my interest, and, it makes it easier to be able to potentially have a back and forth with somebody else, because in a way it's also, I mean, it's a form of speaking, so, I mean, it's just really, honestly, like, especially with, someone who has, like, social awkwardness, just the autistic part out of it, like social anxiety, social awkwardness, and that type of stuff. A lot of it really is just like, I mean, really it's just, working on just kind of just speaking, really. I mean, you don't really have to just do that with people, directly. I mean, but, you know, just, you know, at least, you know, working on that a little bit, so it at least it's just a little bit easier to when you do actually talk to people, and then that also makes it, you know, over time, you know, just that much easier. I mean, because, like, everybody's gonna be fucking awkward, and there's been plenty of times I've been an awkward fuck. But honestly, just, you know, I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, just kind of, I mean, gotta let it be kind of like a little, you know, a little charm about you a little bit. I mean, because I'm an awkward little dork, especially at work in a lot of ways, but so is, like, everybody else in my workplace, you know, so, I mean, if anything, sometimes there's more awkwardness and weirdness that come out of my other coworkers versus, you know, me, and I'm the autistic one versus everybody else, so it's just like, I mean, I'm looking at some of my other coworkers like, you weird son of a bitch. So, I mean, if anything, I mean, it's just like, if you think you're awkward, just know that, frankly, there's probably other people around you who are going to be a lot more awkward than you at some point. Because, at least, especially for me. Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, that is true. Honestly, never met an autistic girl, and I say as an autistic myself. I have. I mean, they exist out there. I try meeting other people with autism, maybe girl. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I have at least, not, you know, as a one-on-one interaction or something, but I've been to, like, different groups or, you know, different interactions or gatherings and stuff that, you know, where there's other people that just happen to be autistic there, too. Not the right fit. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, I mean, that's kind of another thing, too, when it comes to the whole rejection thing. It's like, even to people that do have sexual activity and stuff, they themselves also are probably getting rejected more than, you know, getting some, you know what I mean? So it's like, if anything, that just kind of narrows it down. It's like, alright, you're not the right fit. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is kind of, I mean, there is definitely a sense of truth to it. It's like, oh, I mean, oh, you don't like me? Alright, well, then there is something about you that you probably want to work out with then. So, alright, never mind. I mean, there's definitely a sense of, like, you know, in the rejection where it's like, you probably, you know, got off, you know, easy in a way, where it's like, oh, well, maybe that you are actually not the right fit. As scummy as it sounds, I just played the numbers game as a teenager. Eventually, someone said yes to a date. Oh, it's not. I mean, I guess it does sound a little scummy, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's, like, entirely, like, scummy and shit. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with, like, kind of, like, going out and being, like, a player, so to speak, or whatever. I mean, if you act like a scummy, sexist shitbag about it, then yeah, it is, like, scummy. But if you're out there just because you want to be sexually active, try to get, you know, slay some poontang or slay some ass or whatever the fuck, you know, and just, you know, from that, just, like, you know, from there, I mean, you know, like, I don't think that's a problem. I mean, because at that point, you're just, you know, very promiscuous. Dialing random people or just casting a wide net, basically. I mean, you know, because, you know, doing that basically means, like, you know, I mean, basically it's just a lot of ways, you know, just kind of doing an expectation lowering, you know, when it comes to interest and preference, but, I mean, at least for me, it's more or less, you know, trying to, like, you know, find the things I am interested in and, you know, seeing what's, you know, able to be highlighted about that. You know, about that person. And to do that, I at least talk to them, see what's up. I lie down on Boomhauer Hurricane Hill said. Eventually someone says yes. Lie down on Boomhauer and tell you what, man, you know, you can go out there and got to be on one now, you know, and someone says. Yeah, I mean, look at Boomhauer too, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Predatory and crude. Well, I mean, I think it just depends how you go about it. I mean, if you're just like, yeah, I'm, you know, gonna try to slay some, you know, bitches out tonight, bruh. You know, if you're just being like some jock asshole about it, then yeah, it is gonna be kind of scummy. But, you know, like I said, it just kind of really goes, I think that, I mean, that really just goes about how the person acts, when it comes to that. I mean, casting a wide net and, you know, being a player isn't inherently bad. It's just how you conduct yourself doing that. If you're gonna be just like, yeah, I'm here trying to, you know, score as many bitches. It's like a, you know, high score game, bro. These bitches don't even know, man. You know, if you're just like one of those, you know, sexist bitches, then yeah, that's scummy. But if you're just like, yeah, I just want to like hit up people and yeah, I just love sex, man. You know, I just want to, you know, spread the love, bro. You know, just or whatever the fuck. You know, just basically not being a scumbag or an asshole. I mean, then there's nothing wrong with it. Emotional relationship struggles after. I mean, there is. I mean, there can be. And also, in a lot of ways, sex isn't as what's cracked up to be either. I mean, it's definitely, you know, a biological need and kind of a want that, you know, we as a species and frankly life in general just kind of needs, especially to just continue being life, you know. So I mean, it's just kind of ingrained that we're gonna want to fuck at some point, you know. But you know, at the end of the day, it's just like, I mean, you know, there definitely can be issues, especially with, like, you know, other emotional things that can be happening, or, you know, other different little struggles, and also kind of realizing, oh, well, hey, I had it, but, you know, just kind of, you know, realize it's not as cracked as it is up to be. It's fun, it's good, it's nice, but, you know, it's like once you had it, you know what it's like then. It's like, oh, okay. And at least at that point, you know, the whole aspect of it, you know, not having intimacy, you know, for long periods isn't really that big of a deal at that point. It's gonna be my complete all my life. No, I mean, at least I'm, you know, trying to, like, you know, come at it as a way to try to, like, you know, offer, like, tips and, you know, try to come out and be like, you know, here's, you know, some different ways and different aspects, you know, of, like, how to, you know, try to better your own self. Like I said, at least what he said. Yeah, I mean, I think there's at least, you know, at least definitely some aspects about why I understand, understand what you're saying. I mean, I definitely don't understand everything, and I know I, you know, probably have missed some chats and stuff, so. I want to be able to explore my sexuality, even just I'm young. Well, yeah. I mean, you're still young. I mean, you're still gonna, you know, be young for a while. I mean, it's just like, you aren't really getting old until you're fucking, like, you know, your mid-30s and shit. I mean, we're all still young. Still, you know, plenty of time ahead. And it's, you know, like a long plenty of time. Kind of eyeball the stone a little bit. Oh yeah, you know what? I might eyeball the stone. Right. Should I speak to a partner really? Wait, what? But, you know. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't think he would, like, straight up speak to his partner like that. I mean, it's like, I mean, we're all just, like, chilling, chatting in a YouTube chat. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I don't think he would be doing that. Just want to explore my advice with a nice man who will, to prevent all into next month. If I can't have any knowledge, oh my good lord. Oh my goodness, Venom. Here guys, I'm done. Well, hopefully it wasn't me, like, at least for me, I wasn't trying to at least be antagonistic or nothing. Because, I mean, honestly, it's like, I do want to try, like, understand these type of things and shit, because, obviously, when it comes down to it, a lot of these things, are, an important thing, just about, like, just the human experience. And, I mean, you're my bro, so, I mean, I don't want, you to be sad and depressed, especially about, this type of issue, so, I mean, even though I'm, like, across the fucking country, I mean, at least, I still want to, try to offer, some help, even if it is just a talk. Don't fit anywhere. Well, I mean, maybe it's just because, I mean, at least where the current area you're living in, it's just, you don't fit there. Because where you're living at just doesn't really have, what you're really looking for. I mean, honestly, that's why Venom is, at least trying to get the fuck out of Alabama. And at least try to come up and move up here and shit, because, I mean, yeah, I mean, especially in, like, places like, like in the Carolinas, or, I mean, especially Alabama. Like, I mean, whether being a, bi person, or even a straight person, I mean, it's just like, there's not going to be as much opportunity, especially when you want to explore your sexuality, your own identity, and so you have a, a region and or a state that is want to express that type of stuff. You have other variables like, online dating, like a lot of various aspects, when it comes to, like, what, beauty standard norms are, whether it's for men or women, or when it comes to, like, socioeconomic standards, especially when it is becoming more and more fucking impossible to meet those standards. I mean, there's definitely, a lot of, variables that make it just that much harder, when it comes to these type of opportunities. Doesn't necessarily mean it's just not nowhere anymore, but yeah, it's just like, it definitely doesn't make it easier when there's, all the, even more variables that add on to that pile, that making it that much fucking harder. I'll laugh at this. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, at least, for Venom, it's why at least, was pressuring him to try to move up here to Oregon, at least, because, just, knowing him, and even, like, with you and your interest in personality, I mean, there's a lot of, aspects, especially on a, social level, where I think there would be a lot more of a fitting in, really just frankly, somewhere on the West Coast. I mean, because honestly, it's just like, it's, at least when it comes to a lot of, things like acceptance and a lot of different aspects of being able to, go out and, just hook up with somebody, or, whether it's just for a one-night thing, or, actually try to find somebody, at least, it becomes more of a likely option, even if it doesn't happen all the time. But there's at least, more of that possibility, or at the very least, because there's just at least more options in that shit. Livid man. Well, see, this is why I want you to move the fuck up here, because frankly, like, I'm sure shit ain't gonna be letting that happen. Same thing for you, Carl, by the way. Like, cause I mean, shit. I mean, when you don't have, when there's just little opportunity, and just not even mentioning the socioeconomic part in that. I mean, it's like you're gonna feel just that much more shitty, and you're gonna feel like you just, that much more like you don't fit in. I mean, because honestly, it's like, I struggle with a lot of these type of things myself. I mean, to some degree, I still kind of do. I mean, not entirely, as much anymore, but definitely to a degree, I definitely do still. Because, like, there's definitely a lot of, aspects of various social pressures, whether they're from, like, more progressive elements or far-right extreme puritanical elements. I mean, or something in between, or like just corporate elements and shit, where it's just like there's these very stringent type of standardizations of like what should be for like beauty, for like what is expected of men and women, a lot like a lot of these different shit, especially when you have other social aspects, like like the dating scene, whether it's online for apps or otherwise and shit, and these other variables that embellish and really enable a lot more of these other factors. I mean, it's just like, it just kind of really truly shows, especially in the U.S., because honestly, it's like a lot of these issues seem to be more of a problem in the U.S., like, a lot of these things about, like relationship, and trying to have that, whether it's just, for the intimacy factor or, or for whatever else, that seems to be more of an issue in the U.S. and even in, like, Europe. And it's like in Europe definitely has, like, not even just in Europe, but like in, it's like in other countries, like in other, like, very modern nations, like they still have some of these issues. Like the only country that probably has these problems just as, if not maybe worse, is Japan. But like other countries, while they still have these issues, don't really have it as nearly as bad. And I mean, with that, it just kind of makes me wonder, it's like, I mean, what, are the very specific variables that don't really make it as bad over there and compare, into these other places, in comparison to here or in Japan. And at least in Japan, a lot of it's just because of their very hyper-capitalistic work culture where you literally don't have any time for your fucking self. So it's like, how can you have time going out and seeking a partner, going to the pub and maybe finding somebody to hook up with and shit like that? Like, you just don't have the time for it. And plus, there's not as many young people there because of their aging population and, other factors and that play into that role. So it's just like, I mean, they have their own issues at play for these issues. And in the U.S., there seems like there's, some of those and a lot of other problems, on top of that, too. Work, school, as opposed to online dating. I don't even think it's that, because in a lot of these European countries and shit, like, they don't even have, like, a lot of, like, work time and shit. They have, like, a lot of these countries now are, doing, like, 4-day work weeks and making that, like, mandatory into law now at this point. Like, a lot of it, I mean, one factor, at least in some part, is having time for themselves. And being able to have a comfortable means, to splurge out a little bit, doing so. So like, maybe go taking a trip or, or taking a little, camping trip or like, a little day trip at the beach or just whatever the fuck. Or maybe, doing these events to where you can maybe meet somebody and shit. Like go to like, a music event or like a festival or a rave if that's your thing or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I mean, there's all sorts of different, like when you have like just a lot of time for yourself, and especially if there's like, laws in place where it's like, hey, it's like required for you to have like 3 days off now or some shit. It's just like, you end up not just having more productivity, but also, a lot more time for yourself, to be able to do shit and meet people and do shit with people, so it ends up being like, it seems like, at least, maybe not entirely, because not every European country has these type of laws now, but it's starting to kind of grow a little bit more. I know Iceland does. I think Portugal, at least in some part, has brought up some of that. I think the UK is another one. So, I mean, it's not across the board yet, but, I mean, it's been more of a growing thing. And at this point, I think a lot of companies in Europe have just kind of adopted that more in comparison, you know, outside of just making it just like a mandate at that point. So, I mean, it's just like, you know, a lot of it's just like, you know, the value of just your own time and being able to really do whatever the fuck you want with it. You know, and being able to have the means to, you know, to have, you know, something to be able to at least have access to do whatever the hell you want with it. Because if you don't have, like, you know, some form of, like, money to basically go out and meet people, we go to festivals, shit like that, and, like, you know, and all that type of thing. Or, I'm just, like, or, you know, maybe not even necessarily, you know, things like festivals, but, you know, just whatever it is. Then it's just like, I mean, then it's just, you know, less and less opportunity for, you know, a lot of these other variables that, you know, come into play, you know, when it comes to more closer human contact, you know, when it comes to, like, partners, relationships, whether they're friends, you know, and other things. Haven't been to Mexico many times. I have Mexican friends who live in Mexico and their culture doesn't have this loneliness problem I have. Yeah, they definitely don't. And I think, you know, a lot of that, you know, is definitely a part of, like, you know, their, you know, a lot of the, you know, the cultural variables, you know, being more close-knit with, you know, familiarly wise, you know, and having more of a closer sense of community too, like where the community in the village and, like, you know, a neighborhood, like, they all know each other. Which is also another thing in America that's kind of gone away a little bit, is, like, knowing your community and people knowing each other within the community. You know, because if you, you know people within your own community and, you know, like, or, you know, got, like, your neighbor's back, you know, when they need some help and shit like that, I mean, you know, it's like, and let's say, you know, you're hanging out that, you know, someone in your community having a beer or something like that, you know, chatting with somebody and talking, you know, let's say you're talking, it's like, man, I really want to, like, you know, try to find somebody right now, man. You know, it's just like, it's been kind of rough, you know, just being alone right now. And it's just like, I mean, there's the off chance that person's like, hey, I actually know a couple people that have been kind of looking around right now. I mean, I could hook you up with some of them, see if you like them, blah, 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 blah. You know, see if you hit it off, you know. It's like, just, I mean, there's the off chance just because you happen to know a neighbor that, you know, some shit like that can happen, you know. But, you know, it's just like, you know, a lot of it's because, especially in places like Mexico, there's a lot more of this tight knit sense of, like, you know, having the communities back and knowing the community in a lot of ways. I mean, especially if you consider a lot of the socioeconomic struggles you have to go through and shit, like with the drug war, drug cartel shit, and all this other stuff. I mean, you definitely, I mean, just with that alone, you want to be pretty close with your, you know, community and shit, just so you know, you make sure they got their back, just in hopes they don't die, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, just for that alone, I mean, you know, that probably plays a role to it. You know, but it's not just that, though. I mean, there's, you know, like, there's a lot of it is, you know, due to a lot of its past and current elements of, you know, religious culture there, too. Because I think it's predominantly Catholic. If I remember, I'm pretty sure it is. According to news, my mom upped to my rent because of inflation, so I'm not able to save my like I wanted. It's gonna be a while until I can run. Ah, man, she kind of fucking fucked a few there a little bit. Well, I mean, I would just try to, like, you know, just, I guess, readjust the savings accordingly. You know, just go from there. Oh, damn, that's nothing on like they are here. Yeah. It's as much possible if everything works out, I'll have a luxury car as my first car. Well, then you can leave in style. Leave with a little bit of fancy bouginess. Honestly, it'd be kind of ironic and fitting for it. Toyota Avalon. Ooh. You know, I want to look it up. I want to see what it looks like. Wait, what year? I should probably specify a year. So like early 2000s, 99, something like that, or up to the PT Cruiser, lost that to my ex. Damn. 2008. Hey, all right. Let's see what the 08 Avalon looks like. Damn. All right. It's a full-size sedan. It's kind of like a Buick of Toyota's big budget luxury sedan that mostly marketed to old people. I mean, it definitely looks like, you know, like the car that like the retired like grandpa bought for the wife who was also retired. So like, you know, like the grandpa bought for grandma, you know, or some shit, you know what I mean? Or like bought for your mom because she retired and is having a fun little party and it's like one of her little gifts for retiring or some shit. I mean, honestly, it doesn't look like that bad of a car though. Lower end, more budget luxury. Yeah, it's like budget luxury. Not as nice as a Lexus, but nicer than Camry or Corolla. Yeah, no, I mean, it looks like a decent little car though. The inside looks like a spaceship. Damn, yeah, the interior does look pretty nice, honestly. Yeah, it has like a little GPS thing in there too. Nice. Yeah, especially if you're traveling cross country, you know, shit, that would obviously be very useful. So, hell yeah, dude. That's pretty cool. You just roll up in, you know, up my driveway, up in this bitch. Oh, hey. You, what would you think about, my friend from Alabama hopping up in the whip in a 2008, Toyota Avalon? He just walks away. No comment and walks away. And a cassette player? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, there's actually kind of a little bit of, like, kind of a cassette scene around here. Like, you can, like, there's mainly, like, mom and pop music stores around here that you can actually buy cassettes. So, if you want to actually have, like, a little cassette collection to play in your car, you can unironically do that. Because there's actually, like, a little bit of, like, a 90s, 80s, like, wave that I'm noticing that's just kind of been coming back in general a little bit, but in Oregon, especially, like, I felt like the 90s never really, like, went away to an extent. Like, there's still a very strong, like, you know, element of just, like, 90s-esque shit. And people who are really into that type of stuff. And 80s stuff, too. Stepdad took out the GPS system because he hated the voice. What an idiot. Oh, dude, there's a way to turn it off, man. I swear to God, there is a way to turn it off. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, dude, what an idiot. I'm gonna try to get him to put it back in. Yeah, make him put it back in. And also remind him that there's, I guarantee you, there's a way to turn off the fucking voice on that thing. Like, are you, dude, oh my God, bro. Are you sure they missed another diagnosis on top of that ADD thing? Like, oh my God, dude. I mean, I guess it is 2008, so maybe they didn't really consider the idea of, you know, maybe turning off the thing. You know, like, hey, maybe we should have the GPS maybe not blare and yell at you. But, I mean, it is 2008, I suppose. But still, like, I mean... Oh my God. You would think even, at least in an automobile, you know, they would consider that, you know? Because you're probably going to be listening to the radio or some music or something, and you probably don't want that cut off, you know, for some turn left at, you know, or whatever the fuck, you know? It's just like, you probably don't want, yeah. I mean, because you could look at the GPS and you can see the notification pop up to let you know when to turn and be like, okay, alright, oh, there it is, alright, womp, and you turn, you know what I mean? It's just like you can... Like, it's a nice little big screen. It's like, oh my God. I want somebody my GPS on my phone yell at me in Muslim. I mean Arabic. Muslim's not a language. That would be Arabic, sir. Or Arabic, not Muslim. Yeah, yeah. Did you just do like a baby racism there, sir?
What do you think? 24 feet. Is the fly yes? Do you like it? You're so undecided.
He is. Sukov is very undecisive.
I think it's just the right amount of math.
I live a bandit. I have an excuse for baby racism. I promise I'm working on it, Lamau. Hey, there's baby racism out here too, dude. Don't worry. Don't worry, man. There's baby racism that exists out here as well. You know what's funny? Hold on. Like, I saw on public freakouts, I forgot it was just, like, this morning or last night, but there was, like, some amusing shit on there. I think it was this morning, actually, now that I think about it. Where is it? Yeah, public freakouts. Yeah. Where is it? Oh, it's racist against Muslims, someone else are liberal. I mean, I kind of was too a little bit, honestly. I mean, it's just like, I'm still, I mean, against Islam as a religion and all that shit, you know what I mean? But, I mean, obviously when it comes to just people who are Muslim, like, literally not every single one of them is some, like, radical jihadi trying to fucking, like, you know, do their shit or whatever, fuck, you know what I mean? If anything, most of them tend to, I mean, honestly, are probably just, like, you know, going along with a lot of the shit because they just don't want to be oppressed or fucking, you know, taken away by, like, some royal police or some shit. If anything, realistically, a lot of them probably, you know, would rather have a lot more of a, at least more socially loose society, you know, especially women, I'd imagine. I mean, I know in Saudi Arabia, like, their people have, I mean, I mean, especially, like, since 2018, from my understanding, like, I've been concentrating, like, because around 2018, there was some different reforms that Saudi Arabia did. I think one of them was actually allowing women to drive, but, you know, kind of. They can drive, but more restricted, you know, basically, in Saudi Arabia, you know, was one of the reforms. Which, especially for, you know, Saudi Arabia, was a big major win. And because a lot of the people realized, oh, wait, we can actually kind of, like, you know, reform the country a little bit by just pressuring them. And basically, since then, have been, like, kind of slowly reforming Saudi Arabia a little bit. Like, I mean, they're still a shithole, but, like, their people have, like, at least in some way have noticed, hey, we can kind of reform things here a little bit. So, I mean, I can at least give credit, you know, to Saudi Arabia for once. Like, their people are actually kind of realizing they can change things a little bit there. And they're using that to their advantage. I mean, it's a lot more quiet because obviously the Saudi government doesn't want, you know, any of that being noticed. Like, they don't want to be seen as, like, their people, you know, kind of tugging on them a little bit and being able to make concessions because that would make their royal monarchy look weak. So... But from, you know, it's just kind of something from my understanding has been, you know, going on a little bit. And it's just like, oh, well, that's at least good. I mean, it's definitely, you know, like, I mean, it's like, it's incrementalism, but it's at least legitimately, like, good incrementalism. Because, I mean, it is, you know, like, from my understanding, like, the royal police in Saudi Arabia has become more of, like, a token gesture, kind of like in Iran now. Like, they're still around, but they don't really, like, they don't really, like, enforce much, like they used to, in comparison. Which is another good thing, you know, so it's like, I mean, it's like they're getting it, it's like they're being dragged by their fucking feet to modernize, but, you know, it's at least something. So I can at least give, you know, the people of Saudi Arabia that. They're kind of learning that they can at least, you know, change some shit about, you know, how their government is, and be able to at least loosen some things. Check this out, I think you might like this. Oh shit, I was just about to pop up something from Public Freakouts, and then you okay, hold on. I'll show you, yeah. Smoke him on? Wait, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's actually kind of weird that some of these Pokemon look cooler with the like Snoop Dogg added on to them, and it, like, is it a little weird? Like, hold up. Okay, not that. That's a little creepy. But that, like, okay, not gonna lie, that Pokemon looks so much more badass with that fucking beard. And the horse too. Like, they look weirdly enough, they actually look better like this. Good edit. It doesn't fit for all of them, but some of them it actually works really well. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Oh God! Okay, this is getting more disturbing. Weed every day. Smoky weed. If you listen carefully, the lyrics are actually promoting heavy recreational use of marijuana. Wow, I love it. Oh my God. Holy shit. I mean, the eyes are a little weird, but in another way, that Pokemon also looks kind of cool. What the hell? Like, some of it kind of works and some of it doesn't. Anyway, want to see a funny? Honestly, I saw this. I really unironically could not even, like, really understand everything about it, besides that these two women are fucking, one, drunker than skunks, and two, like, fucking, like, pseudo-fascist dumb bitches. Like, that is all I pretty much know about them, and that's all I really give a fuck about, so we can make fun of them for being dumb Karens. That's pretty much about it. Like, I mean, that's all I can decipher from any of this. So, yeah.
How do you not stand up for that song?
How do you not stand up for that song? The communist assholes. The husband's actually trying to make her stop. That's what's funny too. Moved to Russia, moved to China while I sip my tequila sunrise.
It was embarrassing.
How about one more hand for all our youth up there? Tom Durden put it together. Big hand for Tom and the youth.
Something about China. Oh, I heard her mumble something, and then China. How sick is that? It's sick. Like, oh my God, he got like this old ass, like, fucking Karen grandma bitch who's hanging out with younger Karen mom bitch and just like fucking basically drunker than skunks, ranting off about, I guess because people didn't stand up for a song. I'm assuming the national anthem, but it could literally be anything. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, literally, who cares? But, like, I mean, like, they're freaking out and basically saying that they should move to China, to Russia, and they're a bunch of communists, you know, for not standing up for a song. What song? They never specified, and that's what I love about it too. They didn't even say national anthem. They just said song. So, and they never specified anything about the song. They just went off about a rant about how they're like communists and they should move and it's sick. And just and like the somewhat buzzed and probably drinking far more heavily now husband just like wishing that his wife would just shut up, like, unironically. Like, cause I mean, what's funny is that this is one of the instances where the Karen, like, or at least the person recording it, isn't even having the interaction. They just happen to just be recording it, and they don't even notice. That's what's even funnier about it. They don't even notice. And that grandma lady literally looks over, like, a few times directly, and doesn't even realize. It's like they're that drunk, they don't even notice. Like, that they probably think they're on their phone, just happenstance, maybe leaning or something. Maybe that's how the person's getting away with it. They look like they're on their phone or something like that, but they're actually just, well, they're obviously doing this. But oh my god, I just I mean these ridiculous Karens, man. I mean over a song too. I mean hold on. What's funny is that like oh wait, hold on. Yeah, there we are. Oh shit, we'll have to go back, but anyway. Hold on, we could probably find it. It's where oh oh shit. Spoil that okay, there we go. Anyway. They didn't stand up. No, she's gonna try to talk about this for months and months to anyone and everyone. Yeah, I've been reversed as soon as she yelled all the asshole comments by him, so they're also Republicans. Everyone said immediately upon realizing the error of their ways. Oh, shit, there was a little spoilage, but... I know I see some of those comments, but I don't see anyone, like, mentioning about, like, the song or nothing, so I was wondering if anyone might have, and I just overlooked. But, yeah, there's just no mention of a song. This Gorilla's one is Cold Muffo. Yeah, I'll check that out after this. See, she literally points at them and she's like, there, right over there. It's like, do you not notice? Like, I'm assuming maybe it's the people that are recording that didn't stand up. But also at the same time, that younger Karen bitch lady was looking like over those people. So I'm wondering if like it isn't. But also like this little Karen bitch, like she fucking. Like, she looked and, like, was pointing at the person holding the camera, basically. I'm assuming kind of, like, over them to whoever's behind them and shit. But, like, I mean, my god. She finds them amusing. Well, this is amusing because they're drunker than shit, and I find it funny.
They all voted for Biden, I guess.
They all voted for Biden, I guess. Fucking assholes. The communists. Here, let me just go drunkenly slosh this fucking, like, you know, husband boy toy of mine and just, like, you know, catch him with my alcoholic breath.
No one could stand up for fucking song. Are you kidding me? You can't get up on your feet. Oh, I did the right. Stand up, fuck up. It's fucking July.
Did me move out of this? I mean, nah. I mean, honestly, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, they're the only ones that can move out of the country and go to North Iceland. Like my whole Norway, you know, selling their little island off of Svalbard Islands and shit. Like, I'm still willing to, you know, push that proposal because, like, I mean, they're about as wide as the fucking land they would be settling in, so it'd work out perfectly. I mean, if anything, like every time people pass by, they wouldn't even notice they're there because they blend right in with the camouflage.
Really? You play a song you understand that?
I agree with her, so I'm sorry about feeling her fires. Worst show ever. It was disrespectful and horrible because random people that I'm drunkenly for some reason giving a fuck about didn't stand up. This is literally like the actual embodiment of a Karen. I mean, obviously, but like, I mean, honestly, like think of like literally every single Karen video, every single Karen you've personally known and met, like, and combine it into, like, this is like the boss. This is like the final boss of Karens right here. Oh yeah, I'll post it tomorrow. Oh wow, Karen husband enabling her, of course. That way they can't reproduce. Look up North Iceland, or just look up Svalbard, and just like zoom in on like their second largest island, and it's the one I'm talking about. And frankly, like, everything else would, you know, like everything else would be able to work itself out first and resolve it before that would become a problem. Oh, that was about it. Oh. Here. See this. That's the coolest shit I've seen in my life. Whoa. Whoa! Damn! Dude, look at his face, too. He's like, dude, he just, like, slid. Dude, he was just like, ow! It's just like, it's a Smooth Criminal needed to play there for a second. Damn, son. That is just straight up like Sigma Alpha Flex shit right there. So, damn, dude, he's using the hay. He's using all that hay to just slick a slide. Dude, I bet this gorilla does this often. He probably is doing it for fun. I mean, that face, like, that face in the end, he looks so, he's smiling. Dude, he's doing it for fun. Dude, this gorilla just doing it to flex, bro. He's just having fun. You could, you could just tell this gorilla having fun, bro. I love it. They use footage from Sentai in the trip. Wait, what? Wait, what is this? I mean, I might have to be careful. I mean, hold up. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I actually unironically did not know about that one. I don't know how hardcore Houseboro is with this shit. Like, dead ass, I really don't know. I want to, but I don't know if I want to play with that fire. I guess I could just watch it with the screen down, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do that.
In the year 3000, life was peaceful. Until an evil crime boss.
I did see some of that intro of the original Sentai Time Ranger shit, so I will probably start recognizing some of this. If you look carefully, you can see Japanese Rangers in the trailer. So far, yeah, they haven't stolen it yet, but obviously I'm a little less. Oh shit! So wait, hold up. I don't think that. Yeah, I think there's a few scenes even, like other scenes and shit.
Take them to new and exciting eras in history. Equipped with futuristic vehicles, weaponry, and of course, awesome new Megazords. These super cool Rangers.
Oh shit!
And backward through the ages to fight evil.
Yeah, every now and then they are. Like I'm noticing it every now and then.
Where will they end up next? What new peril lies around the corner? And who is the mysterious Quantum Ranger? Get ready to experience the ride of your life with Power Rangers Time Force on Fox Kids. Plus, coming soon.
Oh my lord.
Power Rangers Time Force home video. So be sure to pick one up.
And also, it's on that YouTube Kids video shit, so there's no way you can comment on it either. Because it's made for kids, so it's just like, fuck, you can't, I mean, we can't see if there's people who've commented on it and notice if it is or not. Ah. You know what? There's actually another pretty funny ass public freak out. Hold on. That actually kind of reminds me of some of the little crazy sick moves that were going on in that shit. Oh shit, there's actually some other ones going on here too. Oh, here it is. I found the one I was talking about though. This one's funny. This one's random but funny. There's some dude, unironically in a tinfoil hat, by the way, who's heckling some random ass comedian. Alright, hold on. I just wanna. There we go. There we go.
If you put your hands on me again, you're gonna fucking regret it. Okay? Go sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down.
Another perspective angle, because this is where it's gonna finish the video. It's that one there in the corner.
You wonder why nobody likes you, bro.
I like him.
Jesus.
Oh, Mama showed up. Mama showed up to have a little, you know, support for the tinfoil hat man. I mean, it's just like, I mean, come on. I mean, like, why is this tinfoil hat freaking the fuck out? Like, I mean, it's a comedian. Like, I think if you're wearing a tinfoil hat and the comedian is noticing that, like, he's probably gonna, like, you know, poke fun of that, or, like, you know, poke fun of tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy nerds. You know, because, you know, you just happen to, you know, be wearing one, so it made him think of it a little joke, because honestly, it's not hard to make fun of people wearing tinfoil hats.
Unbelievable.
So watch this, it's gonna be great. He comes up to fucking, you know...
Start the fucking
not making fun of me. It's a comedian. You lied to me. You need to be canceled. How dare you, comedian? You're not funny.
I was 60-year-old baby. I will get my way. Listen, I will get my way.
Boom! So he's like, you want to start some shit right now? It's like he's literally a comedian doing his set, and you're just basically adding to his set. And also, he did say, if you come up to me and try to touch me one more time, you're gonna fucking regret it. And, boom, son. Let's just say that again. Listen! Sparta, bitch! What I tell you?
He put his hands on me once, he was going to do it again.
Boom, son! I mean, he did say, though, I mean, he's like, hey, he put his hands on me, and if he came up to me again, he was gonna regret it. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I mean, that's all it needs sometimes. It's like, bump, it's like, shut the fuck up. In fact, just get out of here. Like, I mean, it's like, quit making fun of me. It's like, dude, shut. It's like, he's a comedian. Like, I mean, now he's just gonna literally, heckle the shit out of you. Now, like, at that point. Or, I guess, you know, it's like, or at least fuck on you for being, like, a sad little heckler wearing a tinfoil hat who brought their mom with them, I guess. Wait, oh, the comments are here. Wait, full version was this even better. This random dude cracking up in the audience and says, now that was some funny shit, it kills me every time. I still wish I knew where that was, so or else I would have just found a full clip of it. Oh! I don't know if I can actually show this one, but this one's actually kind of funny. One of my favorites of all time, security guards shooting 2 armed robbers. It's fake, it's fake. Oh well, mine's real. Bleeding. Am I shot? Oh fuck yeah. Like, honestly, this is kind of funny, but I really don't know if I can show it though. I mean, I mean, I guess it's in like a little small corner and shit. I mean, I guess it'll be okay. It's not like you see anyone like dead or nothing, or like, or anyone like on screen actually shot. Why did it like pop up this way? View discretion advised. There's like an I understand thing right there, and it wanted. Okay, well. Well, that's loud. Actually, this is actually good because then. Oh, never mind. I thought I was gonna be able to maybe use that as a way to like skip maybe, but I guess not. Oh well. Obviously, got these 2 dudes. Obviously doing their shit, you know. Security guy, you know, he'll pop up right there, you know. So, and you heard the little pierce, you know, like the little pierce, you know, like that. That's, well, obviously him doing his biz, you know what I mean. I'm kind of pausing it just so it kind of, this at least pops up, so it kind of somewhat censors this little chunk of shit a little bit, because, you know, this is kind of really where it's. And obviously, you know, the clerk is just running off, you know, and security guard just casually just, like, takes one more little bop, like, just to make sure. Just, like, coming out of nowhere of a double. But, alright, here, I'll pull up the audio just a little bit, because this is where some of the clip comes in.
It's fake! It's a fake! Oh well, mine's is real!
Oh, well, mine's is real! Put your hands behind your back. He's lucky he just got grazed, by the way. That, the other...
Put your hands behind your back! I'll do a fly. Fuck! Right there, homie. Get on the ground. I'm the fucking guy here, right? Wrong one.
Where does he say the, where does he say the other part? Because there's, the other part was where he's like, where his shot is like, fuck yeah you are. I think it was, no, after that part. Mine's reels right here. Okay, it was, I think, actually just right before that. Wait, it was, where was it? I like how the dude doesn't even realize he actually is shy. It's like, am I shy? He's like, oh, fuck yeah. I mean, it's like, if you're actually, like, you know, attempting an armed robbery, I mean, I really can't feel that bad. I mean, it's just like, this is actually, like, pretty much, like, what, like, kind of the worst of what you're going to probably expect. So, I mean, just be lucky that he decided to just, like, stop at one point. The last link. Oh, no, I've seen it. Oh, the World Hunger one? Yeah, I've seen this. I don't really, like, agree with the overall premise, but no, I know what it is. It's funny.
I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to just do whatever I can for people. Like the World Hunger thing, the USA for Africa. Isn't that great? You guys hear the song? Nice song, isn't it? Beautiful. I'm like anybody else on the planet. I'm very moved by World Hunger. I've seen the commercials. Those little kids starving and very depressed. And I watch these things on TV and I see those commercials and I look at it and I go, God, how cruel, you know? You see a little kid out there and I go, fuck, you know, I know the film crew could give this kid a sandwich.
See, this part I don't disagree with, actually. Like, yeah, a little low-key, though. Like, they literally kind of... What grows in sand? Bruh. You do realize there is places in the world that have a thing called biodiversity and desert crops? Like, there are crops that do grow in desert conditions that don't require that much water. Like, these things do exist, as I'm sure. Like, there's literally, like, desert, like, a desert biome. Well, like, biome is in the name because there's things that, you know, that can grow where there's sand because of, you know, various different factors. I legit didn't know that. I mean... Well, I mean, well, here, hold on. Like, let me just look up, one random desert. Kalahari Desert. That, and not a map. Oh my fucking god, I don't need a goddamn map. I mean, here you go. See? I mean, it's still a desert, I mean, obviously, but yeah, there's, you know, I mean, it's a biome. And every year there's, you know, like heavy rains that happen for out here and shit. Hey! Hey! So, you know, it's different things that do grow. And there are, like, desert type of crops that can't grow in these type of regions and shit. Like, there's some different type of cacti and shit. Like, and you can also have cactus as, like, a crop, you know, to eat and shit, so. I mean, there's different things that, you know, can, you know, come out of deserts, and it's just one. I mean, here, let's find another one or something, you know what I mean? Here, let me look up some more. Let's look up, why not the Gobi? I don't know. There might, maybe Gobi might not be the greatest example. Yeah, not as much. Yeah, the Gobi Desert, not really. Just kind of figured maybe there, you know, would probably be a little something, because it is kind of a vast region, but... But point being, though, I mean, there's different deserts that are out there that, you know, have, like, vast, well, not, like, as vast as, like, you know, a biome like Oregon, for example, or, like, a tropic, you know, jungle region or something where there's, like, all sorts of fucking things. But, like, I mean, you know, there's at least, you know, a diverse biome, you know, to, you know, where there's, like, life, you know, from, you know, vegetation and, you know, whether reptile, insect, or otherwise, you know, or mammalian, that where, you know, there is, you know, ways to survive and shit, and, you know, even for humans too, or else humans want to, you know, be existing in these places either, you know. So, but either way, despite that though, that's pretty much really the only point that I disagree with the overall joke. Though it is still funny. Though everything else I actually kind of agree with. Like, yeah, I mean, you have like these TV crews that, you know, with these fundraisers and foundations and shit, but basically record kids while they're suffering and shit. It's like, are you actually going to help the kids that you're recording to? Or are you just going to use them as like a little camera fodder? Like, I'm assuming they do actually kind of help a little bit. It's on, ha! Your plants need to survive, seaweed. You were saying?
You know the kid's not out there, you know, filming a letter from home with a Betamax, huh? You know there's a director 5 feet away going, don't beat him yet!
Don't beat him yet!
It doesn't work unless he looks hungry! Well, I'm not trying to make fun of world hunger. Matter of fact, I think I have the answer, because I spent a lot of time working it out. And you want to stop world hunger? Stop sending them food. Don't send these people another bite, folks. You want to send them something? You want to help? Send them U-Hauls. Send them U-Hauls, some luggage, and send them a guy out there that goes, hey, you know, we've been driving out here every day with your food for like the last 30, 40 years. And we were driving out here today across the desert, and it occurred to us there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is!
This is sand. Yeah. It's sand. You know it's going to be 100 years from now, huh? It's going to be sand! It's your kids and your shit will make one trip. We'll take you to where the food is. The deserts in America, we just don't live in them, asshole! You guys did a great crowd. Thank you very much.
It's gonna be sand! He's definitely the Anakin of our species, where he's just like, I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Can I help you? Oh, you sweet little bubba. Oh my god, look at
I was just watching that guy on TV.
Ah, so it comes in full circle, huh? Don't get distracted by a kitty.
No, it's... Yes.
Who's a bubba? Who's a bubba? Who's a bubba? You know, didn't actually, you know, even bother to kind of check out random things for the Tua today. Wait, what's this? Stoner societies. Alcoholic societies. What? Wait, what type of fucking community post? Wait, I'm not even subscribed to this channel. I mean, I guess YouTube does this randomly. What in the fuck? And there's unironically a Joker profile picture. And okay. I can already tell there's like a little bit of like low key like softcore racism maybe, because I guess there's supposed to be a pinhead weird tribal guy and a Chad, because I guess this person's an alcoholic. Alright, what the fuck is this? Oh god, I'm not... Oh no. I'm starting to be a little sus about some of this. I'm starting to be there's just nothing but vagaries. Nothing but vagaries and sussiness. Okay, you know what? Let's see what else is going on here.
Yeah, that's always good.
What? What is this even? I don't even know.
That's always good for a laugh.
Hey, what's this? Okay, I don't even know.
Doing that soon in the near future myself.
Yeah. Okay.
No, yeah. Oh, we're in high.
Communist Western countries, communist in communist countries.
This way the picture.
I'm pretty sure that it literally could be, you know, pretty much just humans in, like, exploited in capitalist societies. And pretty much just, this meme can work in literally different quotes and different, like, shit. But yeah, okay, this is starting to kind of confirm some of my suspicions and susceptibilities here. Some weird, like, memes about, like, Ottoman Empire shit. Okay, alright, I think I know where this guy is at. Yay. It's Saban that does, and they're only copyright current era PR stuff. Because that's all they care about? Okay, well, whatever. Wait, what's this? U.S. thinking they're the best, China thinking they're the best, Vietnam who has defeated both of them. Vietnam who defeated both of them. Dude, based Vietnam, though, low-key. I mean, I kind of have to admire Vietnam, honestly, you know, as, like, a state a little bit. I mean, not entirely. I mean, it's still got problems, and it's still kind of, you know, at this point, especially kind of, you know, got problems and badness. But, despite that, though, it's like, I mean, at least historically and shit, I kind of admire, you know, their, like, prowess and being able to basically just be, like, kind of, like, fuck you to superpowers and, like, hold it out. I mean, they're not the only ones, too. Like, Afghanistan, to an extent, I feel the same way for. But, you know, at the same time, it's just like, you know, I can still recognize that they're still kind of shitty. I mean, because from what I understand, it's just like, you know, a lot about, you know, Vietnam, at least when it comes to, like, a lot of their workplaces, like, from my understanding, it's like there is pretty much, like, their entire workforce is unionized, but that's only kind of superficial. I mean, it doesn't actually really mean much just because they're kind of in collaborative with the state, and the state isn't exactly very good with their, you know, people that much. So, I mean, I guess, you know, not to the same degree as, like, you know, these other, you know, like, their other neighboring countries and shit. They're probably definitely better in comparison, but, I mean, honestly, a lot of it's probably just due to the fact that they're still struggling with, you know, a lot of the repercussions due to the Vietnam War. At least they can be there and be like, ha! At least we defeated you superpowers, even though we're all banged up. Heh. But we at least defeated both of you. We got that card, bitch. Yeah, I mean, because they do. Afghanistan can say the same thing with the Soviets and the US. They're just like, North Korea's probably good up. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just like, I suppose all in all, I mean, it's just like, it's not the end of the world just because someone does a little bit. I mean, frankly, I mean, I do think, you know, aspects about, you know, media and news that those come from North Korea, you know, could be, embellished, you know, in some ways, or, like, hyperbolic and, you know, in other aspects and shit, just because of the staunch antagonisms, the U.S. and South Korea and all that shit. But it's just like, that doesn't necessarily mean that North Korea is good. I mean, it's still a shithole, still despotic, like, borderline monarchy. I mean, it's just like, it's like, just because, yeah, there might be some hyper embellishments about some of their shit, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're good. I mean, it's like, just because their shit's hyper embellished, you know, in some ways, doesn't necessarily mean that, like, everything is. Like, you know, their people definitely do fucking suffer. I've actually talked to a defector and he told me some wild stuff. Yeah, because I imagine there is. You know, it's just like, you know, when it comes to, like, defectors, if anything, I would, you know, prefer to, like, hear their voices more directly. So listening to interviews and, you know, and listening to defectors, you know, from their mouth, you know, talk about these different things, you know, in my mind is, you know, where you can really kind of get a better picture of these things. And they definitely don't paint it good, but at the same time, they don't necessarily, you know, say a lot of these hyper crazy hyperbolic things, but that some of the media will probably portray it as. But at the same time, there is wild, very crazy fucked shit that happens. Like, I mean, some defectors have been secured by by South Korea or by like Japan or whatever the fuck. Usually would have, mainly South Korea would not always, but would have like a lot of different fucking tapeworms, and not just one, but like all sorts of different fucking worms in them and shit. Prison camps are real. The master purposely kept weak and poor to prevent revolutionary actions. Yeah. And yet, a lot of the far right, or at least a lot of people want to think they're communists when they're far from it. Well, because honestly, there are people on the left that weirdly think that, and it's just like, no. I mean, if anything, they are probably preventing, an actual, borderline communist revolution from, going up against them, because they're fucking despotic dictatorship and a military junta. They're the only thing communistic or democratically republic about them is all in aesthetics, and even then, that's not exactly 100%. I mean, because they have just such a staunch pride of their militarism, because that's really the only thing that they have going for them, and even then, it's not much at all. It's like, pretty much the equivalent of like mid 2000s, early 2010s era type of tech, basically. He broke that crying when he talked about having to kill friends before trying to flee before he decided on. Jesus, dude. Sounds like, I don't know, fascistic. Honestly, in a certain way, it sounds even worse than that in a sense, just because it's just like, in a way, even a Nazi will give your friend, the dignity of the firing squad versus you doing it. But I guess that just depends how depraved that, I guess unless you're Amon Goeth or some shit. But though, even then, honestly, just because he, legit took, a lot of interest and a lot of pleasure in, his killings. But nonetheless. Lost my internet for a bit there. Damn. Damn old Georgian internet. Goddamn South and their shitty internet. They feed their people's legit evil, taught the Americans to West were barbarians, while at the same time are being barbaric themselves. That's just kind of like the hyper fucking, just like fucked up thing about, a lot of that type of shit, honestly. Where it's just like, especially when it comes to these hyper authoritarian regimes where it's all about just mass power grabbing and then basically just using what you're doing, but just like saying that the other or the enemy are what you actually are. Because you have to essentially scapegoat away from, to avoid people thinking what you are versus, what the supposed enemies and scapegoats could be. We legit thought the West took a person, but it was worth leaving North Korea still. Yeah, which obviously, the West didn't. It's just like, if I was back in the 80s, I can only imagine how it is now. Because, especially under Un versus Il, I'm sure it's just legit only have gotten way fucking worse. I'm just saying, I've heard nice things about China from Chinese exchange students when I was in high school. I've never heard anything good about North Korea. Yeah. Honestly, honestly, nowadays, there's, kind of legit, even on a news level, where you can kind of look at some aspects about China and be like, oh, well, they actually are kind of, doing some alright stuff. They're, like any superpower, are going to be doing fucked heinous shit. Frankly, that doesn't exactly surprise me that they're doing, what they do on a lot of their fucking, atrocities, when it comes to, like, the Uyghurs, escalating tensions, I mean, well, the U.S. is too. Like, I mean, you know, really just being complicit with escalation and tension rising when it comes to issues like the South China Sea and Taiwan. Because, especially as a growing superpower, they're being emboldened, you know, to, you know, kind of be like, this is our spot, you know, type of shit, knocking on the door. Superpowers, this country should not exist. I mean, frankly, yeah. Unless we're talking about just like a, you know, one world global government. I mean, yeah, I don't want no superpower, you know, as countries. I'm more offended by the lame short last names and genocide, fascist starvation, military aggression, and human rights violations. I mean, technically their last names are their first. So that should be Kim. Compared to America, where mostly regresses. Yeah. I'm not condoning atrocities, I'm just saying we see progress in some areas. Yeah. Well, obviously I know you're not condoning it. I'm just saying we be careful unless we want to be seen as just anti-American lefties and nothing else. Which I find kind of dumb that, at least in America, there are various leftists and shit that will basically be like, oh, because you criticize leftist imperialism or American imperialism a lot and shit, and don't really, you know, talk about other, you know, aspects of imperialism elsewhere in other countries. If anything, actually kind of talk about some other positives there, then that means you're just nothing but an anti-American lefty and just don't give a fuck about imperialism anywhere else. It's only when America does it when it's bad. It's like, yeah, maybe there are some people like that, but frankly, I would imagine that most lefties are under the camp of like, yeah, I prioritize being an anti-American imperialism because, I don't know, I fucking live in America, or been heavily, or grew up in a country where we've been heavily exploited by America. I mean, it's like, I mean, if anything, it really just kind of comes down to, like, they're just kind of being more bullheaded, you know, and unable to really break a certain part of, you know, their head of being very hyper-America-centric. It's like they're still a part of them, or it's like they can't just take, you know, the criticism, you know, that America deserves in, you know, some aspect. Unless that, you know, you're doing it for America's enemies, too. It's just like, it's like fucking hell. It's like, I mean... Yeah, like, I mean, you know, China bad in a lot of ways? Of course. Is Russia bad? You know, especially with the whole war in Ukraine? Absolutely. But I live in America. As, you know, a leftist voice, I have more power as that voice here in America. So, what? It's like crowing about, you know, Russia's imperialism day in, day out gonna do anything, you know, for here when it comes to leftist progress? Or at least just that, you know, just progress in general, really, in this country? Not really. I mean, it's not like it's a problem, it should be called out, but priorities. So, you know, I mean, it's kind of like a priority thing. It's like back burner, you know, it's like the whole, like, imperialism and the other nations could be kind of a little bit of a back burner. Like, we should probably, like, fix shit here and put this to the front burners and focus on that stuff. So then we can be more stable, more better situated, not just, you know, as lefties, but also as a country, too, to be able to handle these other issues, like, you know, other nations' imperialism and shit. And also, at least, you know, have a track record of it looking like we're at least trying to address and rectify problems and shit. At least, you know, try to move towards that path. Yeah, but those Russian chicks. Yeah, Russian chicks could be pretty cute, but... Venom's like, I prefer them German girls, and I'm over here, I was about to say, like, it's honestly hard for me to really just be like, yeah, I prefer this and that, you know, like... Because I like, kind of like Norwegian chicks... I like Dutch chicks, but I also kind of like, I like Turkish chicks too. And, you know, Saudi Arabian women too, as well. Like, I mean, it's hard for me to really, like, you know, just, like, pinpoint it down for me. Because, like, there's, you know, a lot of, you know, various, you know, groups of people and nationalities. So I'm just like, damn, why are you all sexy? Late 20s Germany, Weimar Republic. Yeah. Honestly, like, like, I was actually, because for some reason this, you reminded me of it now, but I was actually, before the stream, I was kind of trying to talk a little bit about it at the beginning, but now that I actually have time to. Like, I was looking at some of Oregon's legislation for, it's Measure 114 for some gun regulation, and basically, like, the law essentially means that you have to get a license and a permit via cops, and go through cops to basically qualify for a license proceduring, and also pretty much make it so anything above 10 round magazines is prohibited, whether in the manufacturing of them or the ownership of them and shit like that. Which, I mean, it's like, and then honestly, especially because I saw on the porno subreddit people kind of reacting to it as well, on top of just, obviously, Second Amendment dorks, getting all in the hubbub about it. And, and just kind of like these different perspectives of criticisms is retroactive. And from what I've read in it, it also means ones that I currently own too. So it's like I'm buying them up, but, or current owner's grandfather, and the thing is, I don't see anything about a grandfather clause in there, so I think it's retroactive. I think there's like a 180-day period for people who are like personal owners to either modify their high-capacity magazines to only have 10, or to turn them in, basically, or do like a buyback program thing with them. And this all basically it pretty much just all goes through cops, which you would think doesn't sound like a bad idea, but think about it though. It's not even for the 10 round capacity thing that like, that was initially kind of my issue, which, frankly, like, I would be honestly, like, I mean, I'm against that, frankly, but there would be probably a part of me that would at least think about, do I just suck it up and just, turn in what I do have and just start buying 10 round magazines, I guess, at that point? Or, do I just say, fuck that? You know what I mean? Or some shit. Like, but, considering the whole aspects of, where it comes into, like, hey, police, especially in America, are very far right. A lot of them even literally have Nazis and outright fascists and white supremacists in their ranks. A lot of them are basically, racist chuckle fucking idiots and shit, and they're all, basically their own little separate class that, it's like a little subclass, of the owner class, basically. Like the enforcer class of the capitalist class. So, with that in mind, you really think that they're just gonna let, like, some, Latino fella or a black person, go in and try to get a permit for, a revolver or something like that? Just for, like, home defense or something like that? You think a cop is really going to do that? Because, like, it's not necessarily just, like, oh, well, there's, like, some basic, type of, testing and shit like that. There's also, if, aspect of red flag, where it's, like, if law enforcement or family members or otherwise feel like this person could be a threat to somebody else or themselves with this gun, they can say that they don't qualify for a license. So, that also basically means that cops can basically dictate whether people do or don't get a license based on whether they feel like it, based on their personal opinion and whatever prejudice they may hold. So, basically, it sounds like an excessive force of their power, if anything. So, honestly, it just sounds like this whole Measure 114 is really kind of like, some sort of, some, kind of weird sabotage, type of thing when it comes to not really just average gun owners and shit, who might be hunters or sport competition shooters. When it comes to sport competition, especially if you're doing, like, rifle competition and shit, you're using probably, like, magazines that are probably, which are standard for a lot of rifles, including mine, which is around, like, 15 to 30. Mine's 30. That's the standard, for what my, what the standard capacity is for what my rifle would be. Not 10. So, I mean, I can have 10 round mags in it. I mean, I can have a lesser capacity, than the standard for it, but nonetheless, at least stock and everything, that's what it would be. So, all in all, it's just like, basically it just seems like a way to rile up people on the right, and also kind of a way to rile up people on the left, because essentially, like, the whole measure is, there's problems where both sides are like, what the fuck, at this point. Like, one side is because it essentially gives cops way too much power, to dictate who and who doesn't get, like, a license, whether for home defense, hunting, or otherwise. Which basically makes it so their own little in-club of, like, right-wing chuck-a-fucking gun nut, dorks, basically only have the access. And do you really think that they are going to follow laws when it comes to high-capacity magazines? They're not. They're going to, instead of me maybe contemplating it, they're not going to think about it. They're going to say, from my cold dead hands, and I'm going to buy and bulk the fuck up, kind of like I'm doing, honestly. Because, again, frankly, especially if I get a 75 round drum, honestly, I'm probably going to be in that boat where it's like, no. But, I mean, because it's just like, I mean, I ain't going to be, using that shit for, like, anything other than target shooting, maybe sport competition shooting and stuff, because I want to get into that at some point, but I actually want to get better at, being, a marksman and shit. I actually have to get good at that in order to, try to, test the metal and go into those. Can't just go in there like a little, squeaky green little grunt. Any humiliation of the treaty after World War I. Yeah, we haven't been defeated and humiliated like Germany was. I mean, economically, a lot of people think, at least in America, feel like we have, due to, and shit. In a lot of ways, us going into all these endless wars, a lot of people who are very, like, patriotic and, our troops brother and all that shit. I mean, you got a lot of people that, are in that mentality where they feel like, they were humiliated by, going into these places and then coming back and not really having anything to show for it and shit. I mean, it's not the same degree as, like, World War I by any metric, but, like, this whole war on terror and really coming out of it, not really having fuck all to show for it, really. Outside of, yeah, we got Bin Laden, but after how much money wasted and how much fucking people being killed, and shit, all this shit, like, I mean, nothing really to show for it. I mean, it's just like, in a lot of ways, we have a very similar situation. I mean, not to the same severity, but Pass the Pact Act. Oh, so I guess the spread of Jon Stewart, getting passionate like he did really, honestly, it really sounded like that did something then. That's why Jon Stewart's fucking based, man. I honestly feel like Jon Stewart played a part of that. I really do feel like his, speech about that shit. Because I'm not gonna lie, that actually did kind of make me tear up a little bit. I was just like, damn, he's making me tear up, bro. Fuck, man. Like, honestly, because he did. I mean, because, like, yeah, like, because everything he was saying is true, not just for veterans, but for this whole fucking system. It's like they never gave a fuck. I mean, he's right. And I hope once, like, I mean, not once, but, like, I mean, like, I really hope that he's able to, eventually kind of spread this type of passion, to other issues. Because, I mean, he's definitely a fairly progressive guy and definitely really does care about, especially a lot of people who have been hurt by this fucking country. And right now, especially, when it comes to veterans, I mean, who better than to support, people who have been hurt the most, by our country than vets? Because, I mean, they've directly been out, on these, exploitative wars and shit directly, have come back fucking broken. And I see a lot of these people often. I mean, hell, my coworker talks about it often sometimes. I mean, because, I mean, he's comfortable, talking about this shit, but, because he's, says, like, yeah, I've had friends that have gone out, and, there's been times where they will go out, and I would never see them again. And, realize, like, kind of knowing, but not really knowing until, like, the next day or some shit when the actual news comes through or something, or, like, later that day, where it's like, oh, he hasn't come back from their usual patrol. Oh. You kind of realize, and you kind of have, like, this sense of no, but you know, you don't really like know until it's really there. It's just like, you know, like, I mean, he, you know, this, you know, for him, he probably has had that times. I mean, I don't even fucking know. I mean, he never really specifies how many, like, friends he's really had, like, you know, in the military and shit. I mean, he mentions how, like, him, like, pretty much everybody, you know, going in was all brainwashed, you know, being hyper-patriotic. And, you know, and he and many of his friends and shit came back not feeling that anymore. If anything, in a lot of ways, they kind of felt betrayed and realized it was all fucking bullshit and a sham. And that the whole country that they thought, you know, and they were propagandized into think it was so great and fucking worth fighting for, really wasn't. Hey, Sukov. Power and Persian with the social dems. Yeah. So the problem in America is, you know, for our version of Weimar, we don't really have a rival communist party. Too much infighting. Thanks, internet online lefties. Stay in touch with his SEAL team after he retired. If South rose up, they all said they sign up to teach recruits. They already kind of do that. Just because maybe him and his SEAL buddies aren't doing it doesn't mean others are. A lot of them do private military work and, you know, keep fucking... I mean, he was, you know, your stepdad, you've mentioned, he was offered by Blackwater to fucking do PMC work. So I was just like, I mean, and honestly, especially when it comes to retired SEALs and shit like that, it's not necessarily they're going to send them out into, like, you know, the front or the field or whatever work they're doing. They're if anything, they're being hired to train people. And, I mean, especially these more bigger militias like Oath Keepers or Patriot Prayer, you don't think they don't even need to pay them. They probably do have, like, a buddy or two that are veterans that probably have done special forces shit. It's like, while a lot of the grunts of these militias are probably just either, like, weird little, like, twiggy fucking young adult fucking kids who are mostly in basements and shit, or a bunch of, like, chuckle-fuckle beer-bellied boomer dudes, like, the dudes who train them are real top shits. Like, legit. I mean, they kind of are. And also, I mean, mixed in between a lot of their grunts of their militias and shit are the same type of dudes. So it's just like, you know, a lot of them are memes, and a lot of them are a bunch of chuckle fucks that probably, you know, really couldn't shoot anything to save their life. I mean, it's just like, don't underestimate them, you know? That's why I don't. That's why I got my shit over there. At least partially.
I feel like it's a pot shot at me, because I couldn't fucking aim to shoot my, no, goddamn, I said that wrong. I can't aim to shoot my fucking life.
That wasn't a pot shot at you, it's more of a, well, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, what do you even mean? Like, I mean,
I can't shoot for shit.
It's not, well, I mean, next time I go out shooting, I mean, I can take you out and show you a little bit, because, I mean, even though I'm not as experienced, I mean, I know how to shoot, so, you know, it's just, if anything, at least, you know, last time with my rifle, I needed to sight it up a little bit. I'm still waiting for that fucking front sight tool that I ordered to actually fucking ship. Like, it's actually kind of getting a little, like, what the hell? Because I kind of really want that. These SEALs just went to join Blackwater. I don't know anything about what they did, but I imagine it was ruthless. And I imagine they probably did far more heinous shit because they could probably get away with more legally. They don't have the jurisdiction of a government watching them. They could just go over the corporate higher up and be like, oh, well, hey, you know, shit got a little rough, you know, they had, you know, the kids are actually armed and shit, you know, or just make up some story.
There's like a mega hella light back here.
Yeah.
If it works.
My uncle did like 12 to 16 tours in the Middle East or something. Like, I thought he has such PTSD that his carpet got completely shredded from pacing. The floor underneath was all that's left in some places. Jesus. Man, 12 to... Man, I couldn't even fucking, like... I couldn't even, like... Even if, like... I don't even know how someone can go for that many. Alright, let's see. retired from that pretty decently wealthy. My stepdad wished he signed up with him. Oh, I'm sure he did. He talked about being in a Hummer and a Hummer in front of him, and both behind him exploded and all of his friends and those cars blew up. Well, yeah, I can imagine, considering
Hummers?
they blew up.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you do that many tours, I mean, I'm sure that's probably the just middle ground of, you know, fucked shit that's happened, you know, with friends, you know, while serving. My aunt did 8 tours in Somalia, fought against warlords, and hides under her bed at the 4th of July because fireworks trigger her. Shit, Jesus. See what I mean about, like, you know, how people get fucking broken due to these exploitive wars? Like, no one fucking, you know, gets built up from this shit. Like, every fucking, you know, person that gets to, you know, be on the front lines of these fucking things never get, you know, anything to show for it besides being more fucking broken than they were in the first place. I mean, that's kind of, like, I mean, the whole premise of, like, Private Pile and, Full Metal Jacket is, like, you got a dude who's kind of an insecure, broken dude a little bit, and it doesn't even take him going to Vietnam to be fucking broken. You know, it took just boot camp to, you know, break him and have him snap. And it's just like, if there's people like that, then imagine what the fucking real war does, and how much people get fucking broken. Especially when they do, like, tour after fucking tour after fucking tour. It's like, it almost just kind of becomes, like, literally a robotic thing for them, where it's like, it's almost like it's Stockholm Syndrome shit, almost, in a sense. Talked to her through flashbacks where the fireworks make her think she's taking motor and rifle fire. Jesus. She also talked about some horrible troops that were just there to kill people and fuck with people because they hate around people. He pretty much said a group of guys would take those guys out, beat the shit out of them in the desert. I would have fragged them, frankly. They just go into villages and shoot people. Yeah, like, this is, I'm honestly, frankly, fucking glad I never went into service, because, especially if I did, I probably would have, you know, tried to go into, like, you know, an officer's, you know, element and shit, which, you know, let's say, hypothetically, if I decided to go down that path, I probably would have, likely been a higher up. And if I heard about, like, you know, squad, you know, like, you know, people under my squad doing that shit, and I happened to be one-on-one of some dudes who were kind of confronting me about this, I would be like, just saying, if you happen to be on patrol and a fragging happens accidentally, or some crossfire tends to hit them, you won't see me too sad. I wouldn't be too sad writing those letters. Let them all volunteer for all the back Humvees and shit. I'll make sure that they all have the mandatory front Humvee. My buddy who did a few tours in Afghanistan said he saw people throwing candy out and shooting kids that ran for it. The fucking shit that we do, dude. See, it's just like, again, this is the reason why I'm not, because frankly, like, a part of me would not be able to just, like, stand around and see that shit. Like, I probably, you know, would, you know, like, have, you know, some sort of, like, military trial myself and shit, but fuck, there's just, I mean, a part of me just wouldn't be able to just sit there and see that. Because that, like, I mean... And because the fuck thing is, especially about the military, as much as I do sympathize with a lot of vets, it's like, I mean, it does enable a behavior and a mentality, especially in the people who are already set like this, to go into a position to where they essentially have free willy-nilly will and whatever the fuck type of powers, essentially do whatever the fuck they want. Like throw candy out and shoot kids that run for it. Because, oh, they're tits, they're terrorists in training, so you might have a bomb on them. He punched the commanding officer for ignoring it and got discharged for it. Oh, so he was even ordered to fucking shoot at them? Man. Oh. Well, frankly, it's just like, isn't there like a rule in the military where it's like if there is like an unlawful order given by a superior officer, you're obligated to not follow that order? And considering that's a war crime, that by proxy would mean it's an unlawful order, right? So, if anything, I mean, at the end of the day, he did do the right thing. I'm pretty sure it's the punching of his commanding officer. Oh, he had to report it to commanding officer, and he ignored it. Oh. Well, he's just a scumfuck for it. For ignoring that stupid shit. And he punched him. Yeah, I would too. It's like, you piece of shit. It just shows like how, callous, this type of mentality is, because it gets enabled and if anything gets encouraged. Like, I mean, it is true that there is a lot of fucking like white supremacist racial bullshit, systemically within the military, especially within like the Marines and the Army and shit, at least the ones that are like out in the front fields and shit. At least like the battalions that, get sent to the field the most, especially because, I mean, there's, it's just that much easier to dehumanize a bunch of brown people when you're racist as fuck against them. It makes it easier for the military's job to get done. Because you don't, deal with no bullshit like, peddling with a bunch of civilians. If anything, you shoot them if they get in your way. Military don't give a fuck about that shit. That'll just be seen as collateral on the paper report after you do your little fucking, mission of, like, patrolling the village and slaughtering half the people. I mean, this is kind of, the element where I definitely don't blame, anti-war leftists that also kind of take some of this view against, the troops, to a degree. Because, I mean, yeah, there just are people like this, are so eager and gung-ho to join the army or the military and shit, to basically do shit like this. And when they do, well, the results are just, like, even... I mean, to call it animal will be an insult to animals everywhere, including us. And it's just like, I mean, it's just like, but despite that, it's just like, I mean, I think, with, people like John Stewart, and a lot of other veterans that I know and I've seen, that I've talked to, and it's just like, there's so many more of them. And honestly, they're the majority of people who get fucking broken, who would see shit like that and people like that and would punch, them in the face or frag them, for the shit they've done. In fact, in Vietnam, that was actually a common thing. There was a lot of troops who would, who would have commanding officers who would basically want them to essentially just, like, wipe out an entire village or burn it to the fucking ground. And because most of them would detest it and disregard that shit, like, they would, later that day frag their officer and be like, oops, I guess Viet Cong set a booby trap again. Because especially if you've been around a lot of their punji traps and booby traps the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese army is set up, you're probably going to get an understanding and an idea how to set traps yourself. So... And if anything, you probably already are taught how to set traps up in the military anyways, so comes in handy every now and then if you want to, get rid of someone you really don't like, when it comes to, at least in the tour of Vietnam, especially in the jungle environment. That's why it was very fucking common. And hell, I mean, a lot of the rifle calibers are actually somewhat the same, like an M14 7.62x5.1, it's just a NATO round version. A lot of, high-powered rifles that North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong had, like Dragunovs and shit like that. Same round. It's just a Russian version of it. It's not the NATO. So, it's, like, I mean, it would be also pretty hard to find out which round came from who, to a degree. It's like, well, that's the whole of a 7.62 round. Which one? Well... Could be a Dragunov, could be an M14. I don't fucking know. Is there an SMR20? I remember how rough and mean its rights are. Anti-imperialist, anti-racist, women's rights advocate, workers' right advocate, socialist, anti-cop. Yeah. The Mark Twain is based as fuck. Oh. I had a buddy, got his lights blown off an ID while riding in a Humpy. He was the only survivor of the 4-day patrol. ID got the others. Jesus.
Sukov, I need to move out of Suzuki's garage.
You don't even live here.
I know, I still need to get my shit out of here.
Oh my lord.
I need a bigger space.
Don't we all? Don't we all just need a little space?
I said bigger space, but yeah. Plus, we all know Suzuki gets annoyed with all the random projects that show up here.
I mean, not always. It just, if anything, I get more amused these days more than anything.
To what lengths will go to bring crap back?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is it like a treasure hunt for you? The fuck is he? You just see me coming around the corner, you're like, oh crap, what does he have now?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point.
I feel like Stefan's not, like, I feel like he's not gonna say it in the group chat, but I feel like Stefan's like, meh, on that fucking grill I just made.
I mean, I haven't even paid attention to any of it. I know y'all been, like, going off and on in it. Yeah, let me see.
No one's made a comment.
Oh.
I put it on there. I still gotta, like, I just had it sitting there on the truck. I haven't bolted it down yet. Mostly because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing because I don't got a fucking light.
Well, was the size of the metal panel things the only length that they had?
What do you mean?
Because I'm noticing that you have, like, you know, some stuff, you know, connecting the two separate panels together and shit, but was that the only two sizes?
No, that's the only fucking size. I got two of the biggest they had.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have anything fucking bigger, and I was just like...
Damn.
I didn't feel like going anywhere else. I was like, fuck it, I'll deal with it. And if you notice, what's holding it together is the most famous thing of all.
Zip ties?
And this is your zip tie roadkill moment. Oh, that's right, he doesn't know what roadkill is. God damn it. I actually stole this idea from an, well, actually I didn't steal the idea. I used the same method they used.
I mean, I would probably paint it a little bit or something, or...
Oh, hell no, I'm leaving it just the way it is.
I mean, the color doesn't really fit with the white. I mean, that's just the only thing.
It pops. It pops with that white. I purposely bought that metal because I knew it was gonna pop out. I might spray paint it black. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I'm not painting it white.
I didn't say that.
The truck's about to get, like... I might rip the fucking doors off.
Ugh. Why rip the doors off of it?
Because I'm gonna be like Ricky.
Why are you gonna rip the doors off?
Because Ricky.
That's not a reason.
Trailer Park Boys! No.
It's not a reason.
What do you mean that's not a reason? He says it isn't a reason.
I'm just rejecting it as a reason.
Well, you reject the Trailer Park Boys as a reason?
Yeah, so why are you fucking ripping the doors off again?
Because they don't fucking work.
Fucking repair, like, what they don't work? What doesn't work?
They don't close.
Wouldn't that just be a problem with the latches or some shit? Wouldn't she just be able to repair that or something?
Oh, he's just playing with his balls. He's like, what, bro? You're just gonna announce that shit? Like,
Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last. Ricky Bobby, what? Huh?
don't worry about it. I know what he means.
I haven't watched Trailer Park Boys in a long fucking time, honestly.
No, it's not a Trailer Park Boys reference.
Oh, well then...
Talladega Nights! Fucking love that movie. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. I'm still wearing my pee pants. It's a really fucked up movie.
I've never seen Talladega Nights. I haven't even heard of this before, so I'm so fucking confused right now.
He's not a car guy.
I mean, I really ain't, honestly.
He's not a car guy. And Suzuki would never... I'm willing to put money down on this. That he would never watch that movie.
Who are you gonna bet with?
Me, myself, and I. But I know you.
Yeah, because you know if I made the bet, I will fucking watch it pretty much like right after I made the bet, and you just give me the money right then and there. Okay, when I get up there, I'm making you watch it. What if, is it on YouTube? There's always an off chance that it's on YouTube. And I could buy or rent it on YouTube. How much is it? I could rent it for $3.99 or buy it for $13. I would rather rent it. So I honestly I might rent it and just watch it on YouTube. I mean, $4 to just watch.
Okay. Knowing you, I feel like you won't like this movie because it's basically like.
Oh wait. There's been a meme of fucking. I've seen memes of this of Rick Ferrell. And shit, yeah. Oh wait, no, I've heard of it. I've seen like some memes of Rick Ferrell being a fucking, well, Rick Ferrell.
I'm on fire.
No, okay, so no, I know what this is. All right, so I have seen that because it took me to look at the poster for this to realize what it was.
Yeah, it's a NASCAR movie.
Okay, yeah. It's comedy trash, Lamau. Well, I mean, hey, you know what?
I don't disagree with that. Hey,
I mean, yeah, honestly, you know what? I might.
My shirt.
You know what? One of these days, it's like Grandma's Boy. Oh my god. Honestly, I might.
He's pulling out the one I haven't even. What Grandma's Boy? I ain't even heard of that one.
I don't even know, and I mean.
I don't dare. I don't want.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, it's just like, I mean, this sounds like a movie, you know, I should get some beers for, definitely get stoned for, and just watch, because it sounds like it'd be a fun time.
Honestly, it's a pretty fucking, like, if you don't take the movie fucking seriously, it's kind of a funny ass movie.
I mean, a comedy movie isn't really necessarily supposed to be that serious in the first place.
Some of the shit they say in that movie is like, what the fuck?
Grandma's Boy is a stoner video game comedy.
Oh no. That already sounds like.
I let her have her way. She stroked her hairs like a paintbrush across my face, and I let her have her way. It's unrated, but I have to buy it. It's also a 2006 movie, just like Talladega Nights. And it's $10 to buy it. Is it? Okay. Honestly, like, I'm gonna have to watch some scenes on YouTube because I don't know. I don't know if it's worth $10, but it better be at least worth fucking $10. I say it's worth it, Lamau. $10. I don't know. Inflation these days, I mean, it's just like $10 goes a long way. It's like back in the day, a dollar was a dollar. Now $10 is a dollar. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just like, I don't know about that. I mean, it's just like, I mean, it says unrated. So that is a plus. It's the unrated version. So that is a plus. I will give you that. I mean, I just wish it was I just wish there was a rent option. That would make it a lot easier for me to decide. Grandma's Boy's best moments. I mean, I've already seen a whole bunch of scenes from the search results here, so. Oh my fucking god, Jack and Jill's on here. Oh, disgusting.
Jack and Jill?
Oh, boy. Adam Sandler.
Oh, not a fan.
I'm not either, but he plays Jack and Jill.
Oh, wait. I think I've heard of this movie, actually.
Yeah. I only watch it, well, I used to watch it when Deep Fat Fried had their movie commentary on it, but then Vimeo, where they had it on there, was being really exploitative and just basically extorting content creators of their income and shit, basically. So they said fuck you and left. So they're at this point trying to find a platform to upload all their past content that they can't upload on YouTube, like their movie commentaries and things like that, and so they can also do them again, because they just know right now that's just not feasible, and they know people love watching those. And there are like other like content creators that can to a degree do it, but they have, you know, like income means to where they can have like licensing rights, or at least, you know, temporary licensing rights to do certain shit and yada yada and whatever. But DFF just doesn't have that, and also don't really give that much of a shit, and don't want to, you know, support their fucking copyright system anyway as it is, because they say it's fucking stupid, and because it is. If anything, they try to skirt it as much as possible because they want to show a lot of this type of content and stuff, but, you know, it's like, because of the rules of how fucking exploitive they are, you know, it's like not much of a choice. I think they were mentioning they were probably going to look at like Mega Upload, I think it's called, which I guess is just like a website where you can, you know, upload various different where there's like various whatchamacallit, like, you know, things like movies or different content, YouTube content, whatever the fuck, like whatever you want to put there, and all you have to do is just download it, basically. Which at least is a stopgap to a degree, because, I mean, honestly, like, I can...
Is it... If I'm not mistaken, isn't Jack and Jill that, like, really fucked up, like, movie about, like, a Holocaust person or something?
What the fuck?
Or am I thinking of another Adam Sandler movie?
Probably another Adam Sandler movie, but no. Oh my god. Oh, where the fuck did that come from?
It's an actual...
Whoa! Whoa!
He did a
Damn!
he did a really bad movie. Or maybe, was it an actual movie, or was it a reference? Might have been a reference. I might be talking out my ass here, actually.
Are you okay? What?
Well, okay, so there's a reference in fucking, what movie was that? Fucking movie that makes fun of war. What movie was that? It was fucking... It has, like, Jack Black and fucking,
Tropic Thunder?
Yeah. There's a scene in that movie that references another movie that fucking, Adam Sandler was in. That was really bad.
Adam Sandler wasn't in Tropic Thunder.
What am I thinking? What am I thinking of then? Whatever. They're both shitty actors.
Who?
Good.
Who's the other one you're even talking about?
Wait, who's the fucking cat? I have my phone on.
You just say you just literally are just like there's like, you know, these actors not good. Adam Sandler, and they're just like man. It's like who? I mean, it's like a whole ensemble cast, basically. So, like this Rodney Downey Jr. I mean, there's Ben Stiller.
Might have been Ben Stiller, honestly.
And Jack Black. I think. I don't remember the other ones.
Tropic Thunder.
Delta Farce. I think you're talking about the Larry the Cable Guy in Delta Farce. Oh, is it Delta Farce? With Larry the Cable Guy? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he was meant. Like, he literally just mentioned something about, like, wasn't he the one who did that, like, Holocaust thing or something? And I'm like, what? I mean, I'm honestly just now at this point more confused than, like, anything. I'm just gonna be honest. Because I really don't know. I've heard of that. I've actually seen Delta Farce once, and honestly, it's very forgettable. I saw it once, I'm just like, what in the actual fuck is this? And that's
Ben Stiller, that's what I was thinking of.
Okay, so what about Ben Stiller now?
Yeah, he's an okay actor, honestly.
Okay. I mean, you should like him because of, like, Zoolander, dude. He's very, like, androgynous and, like, very, like... whatever, I don't know.
Honestly, I would take the other one with Larry the fucking Cable Guy over this movie.
Delta Farce is shit, dude.
Delta Farce is fucking amazing.
No, it's fucking forgettable garbage trash. Like, Larry the Cable Guy's just...
So is fucking Tropic Thunder.
No, it's not. That movie's actually legit got, like, frickin' production value, and also, like, you know, is what... Like, it has an actual fucking, like, you know, ensemble cast of good, like... you know, like, actual good actors and shit. Larry the Cable Guy is a fucking, like, starred as a stand-up comedian. It's not even real with his redneck shit. He's all fake with it. Like, you know, he's actually, like, all that type of shit is just, you know, part of the act of, you know, the Larry the Cable Guy thing. So, I mean, it's just like... it was basically like a character within a character.
Again, still would watch the other one over that movie.
My God. I mean, it was literally pretty much like the only form of, like, Tropic Thunder is basically also the only, like, movie that got away with blackface, too. But also was making fun of the fact of blackface as well and shit. Like, I mean, like, it actually has, like, legit point and social commentary. Like, Delta Farce is just, you know, random, just, like, kind of turn your brain off shit. That's forgettable. Because I've seen Tropic Thunder multiple times, because it's actually, like, you know, very well-produced, you know, movie, and got a good plot and shit, while Delta Farce is, like, I've seen once, because it's like, eh.
Delta Farce is way better.
Oh my fucking God.
Don't give a fuck what you say.
I'll literally pay you to watch them side by side and see if you would say the same thing, because I know you probably wouldn't.
I would.
No, you wouldn't. You would be in denial, but give it like a month and then you would.
Not even. I would watch them side by side and still say fucking the other one's better.
Oh my fucking God.
What are you arguing about?
I
know Tropic Thunder is one of them.
Delta Farce. You don't even know the name of the movie. Oh my God, you say it's amazing. It's Delta Farce. Oh my God. See, now I'm starting to think you're just saying it now.
If you don't know the name of the movie.
Also, Nicolas Cage and Ghost Rider. I mean, I love Nicolas Cage, dude.
No, fuck that. Fuck Nicolas Cage.
Dude,
he's a piece of shit.
Now
he's
you
a
want
piece
to.
of shit fucking
No,
actor.
he's not, dude. Nicolas Cage is base. He's actually legit
Nicolas
great.
Cage
Oh my
needs to get
god.
Smashed in the head with a fucking
Oh my
hammer.
no!
A ball pit
Oh my
fucking
god!
hammer.
You can't even just like comprehend the actual greatness of his fucking acting. He's actually like like phenomenal fucking actor. Like oh my
I fucking
god!
hate Nicolas Cage.
Oh my god!
So fucking much.
You mad?
Yes, because he fucking angers me so hard.
Oh my god, for no reason. Like, he's literally just like an eccentric, like, very overacting type of actor that, does a lot of different movies and shit because he has to, like, help his sick mother and shit, by the way. Like, he does a lot
I don't give a fuck. He has a fuck ton of crap ass movies.
No, he doesn't.
Then
Like,
he fucked fucking Ghost Rider up. Then made a shitty fucking sequel.
oh, no, like, he didn't fuck Ghost Rider up or anything. That would probably be the writers and the fucking corporate executives and movie producers. Like, he's an actor. Like, I mean, he's going, and a very eccentric one at that. Like, I mean, but he's still a good actor.
No,
And-
he was garbage in that fucking movie.
No, he wasn't. He's what made the movie. He made it great. Like, he's
Fuck no. If you knew anything about Ghost Rider, the comic books, the lore,
who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like,
I
the
do,
movie,
because
the
I'm
movies
an
don't.
fucking fan.
Yeah, you do realize that the Marvel movies don't follow the comics. None of the DC movies follow the comics. None of the movies follow the comics ever. Like, they don't. Like, so who cares? That's irrelevant. Like,
Not irrelevant.
then you have so you should hate all the other Marvel movies and hate all these other actors that have made the entire fucking universe.
Obviously, you don't know what you're fucking talking about, because most of those Marvel movies
what are you
actually do follow fucking pretty close. And
What are you
to
even
the fucking
talking
actual
about?
comic.
Yeah, they take referential points and stuff because they have to do fan base, appreciation and shit. They do things for the fan base for references and stuff, but they're their own separate universes and their own separate plot and their own development, separate from comics in their universe and their development. Like, and there's plenty of times where comics even stray off in their own different sub-universes and shit, where they branch off in there. So, and also, there's been plenty of times where Ghost Rider's been, like, done different slight mini offshoot iterations and shit, too.
Yeah, I'm pissed at Marvel for that one, too, so. Him and...
Oh, so like, a company has free reign of what they could do with their character and their property, and you're butthurt about it?
Yeah, because they fucking single-handedly fucking destroyed.
You can literally, like, say that about, like, any of them at that point, over, like, basic decisions and shit. I mean, it's just like over like one character and, over literally one actor and shit over one movie is beyond kind of comically absurd.
No, it was 2 movies, and have you ever seen the second one? It was fucking disgusting.
Like, how so? Like, how bad?
It's fucking garbage. Like, one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen.
How? And? Like, I mean, how so? Like, I mean, that doesn't really explain anything of it.
Go watch it and then tell me it's not crap.
That still doesn't say much.
Writing, the joke. They basically turned Ghost Rider into a fucking joke.
So, a corporate cash grab movie, which Hollywood does all the time with all sorts of properties. And, like, Ghost Rider is not the only one to suffer that. You know that, right? Like, Ghost Rider is just one of the many things on the fucking wheel of profit-making that Hollywood does when it comes to sequels.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the rare time the sequels honestly ever really worked was, like, Shrek 2. Like, I mean, if anything, more people look at Shrek 2 more than, like, the original Shrek fondly and shit, because it's one of the rare times the sequel is better.
I don't agree with that either. I like Shrek 1 more than I like Shrek 2.
I mean, for me personally, I kind of do too, but, I mean, also another rare example is Terminator 2. More people prefer Terminator 2 to Terminator 1.
I have no opinion. I haven't really watched
my point being is that sequels, and also the ones I'm mentioning are also like early 2000s or very late 90s. So, I mean, like, sequels rarely really fucking ever work. I mean, honestly.
My hatred for Nicolas Cage sticks, though.
Oh my God.
I will admit one thing. He has some decent movies. So.
He's made a lot of really good ones that have actually been kind of popping off lately, though. Like, there's been...
I don't know. The newest movie he's been in...
He's been in a few now. Like, there's been a few that have popped up.
The newest movie he's been in looks like garbage.
Which one?
The one where he's like, he gets like kidnapped by a fucking super fan, and he has. It's like some.
No, it's his pig. Pig. Yeah.
Whatever. That movie, whatever.
No, it's like it's actually like I mean it's.
I seen the fucking trailer for it, and it looks like fucking ass garbage.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
No,
don't judge a movie by the trailer sometimes, man. I don't know. I'm the rare guy that says Terminator 1 was better, a more of a horror movie where T2 was an action flick. I mean, plot-wise, I feel like I'm leaning on T2, but I think, you know, if we're looking at, like, whether it's, you know, do we prefer horror or action? I mean, I don't even fucking... See, it's for one or the other for that, it's hard for me to decide.
Oh, wait, you talking about Terminators?
Well, I mean, I'm just, you know, you know, saying, he's the rare voice that, you know, he says T1 is better, you know, because it's more of a horror movie while T2 is an action flick. But, see, I don't know, like...
That's like one, like, movie series I could not jump into, was, like, Terminator.
I mean, you might like it, but it's very heavily, like, a lot of social commentary, a lot of political themes and stuff like that, so... I mean,
nah.
Yeah.
I'm not into that kind of shit.
Well, I mean, there's some of that in Tropic Thunder, which I'm assuming is probably why you like Delta Force and stuff, because it doesn't have any of that, so...
Well, Tropic Thunder is a good movie. It is not... If I had to choose between the two, I would choose Delta Force. Because it made me fucking laugh more. Come on!
Well, I mean, like...
The end of that movie... Where they gets in the wrestling, that's fucking hilarious.
I mean, it's just like, I'm not saying it's not like a not funny movie, it is amusing. It's just like I mean, you know, it's just kind of a difference between like, I mean, it's just that they're really kind of fundamentally different films. I mean, they're kind of similar in the sense of like war comedies, but that's really about as far as it goes.
The only redeeming quality about Tropic Thunder is the fucking beginning scene. The fucking explosion.
Okay, that ain't the only redeeming quality, but I mean...
That's the only one for me. I like that scene. Big ass titties! Boom!
I mean, there's more to it. I mean, I feel like you haven't watched it in a while. Like, there's more funniness in that movie than I think you're, you know, remembering. Because there's some funny shit in there, dude. I don't know. Maybe one of these days we'll actually have to sit down and watch some of these movies we're kind of arguing about.
I bet Logan would be on the same bandwagon as you, probably.
I don't know, like, dude, his movie opinions are fucking all over the place, man. It's hard to pinpoint it sometimes. Like, I mean, I don't know where he would rely on any of this. Tell your friend there are big boobas in Terminator 1. There is some booba in T1. In Terminator 1, there's a sex scene where you see booba. And also you see Arnold Schwarzenegger's dick.
Who wants to see that? Who wants to see that man's...
I don't know, man. He got a hunk, and dude, he's got a dick, bro. Dude, that boy, he be swinging down there. I don't know, man. I'm just saying, bro. He hung like a horse. Just saying.
I'm surprised that fucking...
I mean, we're both bi, bro. I mean, come on. You're sitting here like, and you want to look at young Arnold Schwarzenegger with his, like, you know, schlong, and you want to, like...
Yeah, I totally want to look at Arnold Schwarzenegger's ripped motherfucking steroid-injected fucking body. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I mean, he wasn't really, like, doing all steroids or anything like that, but, I mean, okay, whatever.
No, Terminator might have been before he got heavily into fucking steroids.
Well, actually, I think it might have been... No, it's probably after, because before his acting career, before he started doing that, he was doing a lot more of, like, the weightlifting championships, and he was, like, far more, like, svelte and shit at that point. So, it was actually probably after. Like, by the time he was acting, he probably wasn't doing well, if he was, it was probably more, like, leaning away and lowering dosages and just... you know, slowly getting off of it, you know, so he doesn't really, like, fuck his body over and shit. You know, so... Commando's a good movie, too. Oh, Commando is pretty good. It's, today's movie, so you get to see Linda Hamilton boobage. Yeah, and just like I said, you know, you get to see Arnold's dick too, kind of, you know, in the shadow, because it kind of pops out of the light a little bit, because it's just like blunk. Before Arnold was chosen for Terminator 1, they were looking to get O.J. Simpson for the role.
Oh!
Honestly, imagine if fucking O.J. we had a black Terminator, dude. We had a black Terminator and it was O.J. Bruh, just imagine what the timeline would be like. And O.J. still did his, if I got away with it. I mean, he literally named his book that after the whole shit. That's what's fucked about it. Like, he's like, ever since, always rubbed it in. I mean,
no,
but...
Wait, did he go to prison for that?
No.
Jesus.
Like, it was a fat fucking trial, and, like, basically, like, to the equivalent of, like, the...
Yeah, but he did time for a while.
Well, I mean, during the process of, like, you know, seeing if he was guilty or not, but no, he wasn't found guilty. I think he was acquitted. Because of lack of evidence, even though, well, there was, like, a lot of evidence. But honestly, like, at the time, there was also, like, a lot of politics involved, too, and also,
Or did he go to jail? I thought OJ did, like, some real hardcore time.
No.
For something.
Well, if he did, not for the killings. I mean, I don't know if he actually did at all at any point in his life. I know, outside of him, you know, in the killing and shit, but I don't know about beyond that. All I know is he basically just kind of rubs it in every now and then while doing fantasy football on Twitter. And vlogging every now and then, you know, it's just like... OJ's a weird character to kind of follow every now and then, honestly.
You know, against popular opinion, maybe OJ was innocent. Maybe he wasn't. We'll never fucking know.
It's pretty, given the evidence of everything, it's pretty objectively factual he fucking did it. Like, all the, like, I mean, given there's, like, the DNA evidence and...
Oh, was there actual, like,
yeah.
DNA evidence?
There was, like, you know, some DNA evidence and, some other key factors as well. I'm forgetting a lot of this shit off the top of my head, but, I mean, there's a lot of things that basically pointed right at him, you know, into, you know, being the one who killed her. Well, killed both of them, but, I mean, there was, I forgot, like, the specific details as to...
Here's where I ended this. Motherfucker had it coming. The girl, maybe not so much.
Neither of them do. Like, neither of them had it coming. I mean, it's just like...
I mean, what the fuck would you do if you, like, saw your...
Maybe he was being, like, he sounds like he was kind of a domestic abusing kind of shitbag if he was really willing to kill over this. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like a great guy to hang out with or be in a relationship with, you know, so...
I don't know, dude. If I walked in my house and I saw some fucking dude dry humping my girl, I would fucking... I don't know if I'd kill him, but I'd beat the living dog shit out of him.
Well, I mean, it depends on, like, the circumstances, but if you're just, like, I mean, if the relationship isn't good already as it is, I mean, at that point, it's kind of like it would probably be expected, but at that point, you should probably just, like, cut it off before it gets to that point, but it's also, they're fucking rich people, so really, frankly, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, they're a bunch of rich fucks, too, as well, that have a lot of money to be able to do this.
Wail on a motherfucker. I'd be like, oh, you wanna fuck my girl? Well...
Thing is, if you basically
the rest of your life with broken legs, asswipe.
Well, the thing is, unlike OJ, you don't have money of all sorts of fucking lawyers to be able to, you know, get out of whatever repercussions you would do, because you would still technically be charged of assault, because what they were doing is consensual, and you open it up and just start breaking some legs and shit, it's still technically assault and whatever, so...
I'm like, fuck you, it's my house, motherfuckers, and he's fucking my wife. I'll do the time.
I mean, there's nothing about adultery that's illegal inherently. I mean, there's nothing.
I know there isn't.
So I mean, it's just like, yeah, but that sounds the cops would be like, that's a you problem, but you still can't beat the fuck out of them. I get why you're pissed, but
I'd take one look at the cops and I'm like, Tell me you wouldn't do the fucking same thing if you went home right now saw your wife. Getting pounded by something.
Honestly, you know what's funny? The cop probably be like, you know what? A part of me probably would, but you know, that's why I would at least, you know, make sure he's kicked out. But you know, still, I want to beat the shit out of him outright, unless he started beating the shit out of me.
Nah, I'd kick the shit out of him.
So.
What do you think of the cough?
This made me giggle. I think you'll like it. It's only a minute. What is it? This is a minute and 40-something seconds, bro.
I am so stoned right now.
That's because we're smoking the Green Goblin. It's so strong it makes you think that Willem Dafoe's in your house. But he's not.
I mean, honestly, that would either be kind of cool or fucking disturbing.
I would... Willem Dafoe.
He played in The Lighthouse,
I know,
Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man's...
Yeah, no, I know who he is. I'm like,
just trying to
reckon in my head.
Oh.
I'm on the nay, dude. If he just randomly showed up, I'd fucking know. Oh, no. Just no.
I mean, if he just showed...
weird.
Well, that's what I mean. It will either be disturbing because, you know, who knows, you know, with the weirdness, but it could also be pretty cool because it could be kind of like a cool, eccentric, like, you know, I'm going to tell some weird stories and, you know, just talk about some weird, you know, interesting shit or something like that.
Now, if he has all 3 Spider-Man with him, then it's okay.
I mean, it wasn't on all 3. I mean... What?
It happens. Actually, no. Yeah. No, yeah, it did.
I mean, he's... kinda. Like, more of a, like, a ethereal voice in the second one.
No,
in the third...
The more recent Spider-Man
the recent ones?
came out. Yeah. Where they have all 3 Spider-Man in one universe. Tobey Maguire.
Really?
Yeah. Have you just been under a rock?
I don't give a fuck about these superhero movies anymore, really, at this point. Like, I'm desensitized to them, and I'm trying to, like, you know, find other shit to be interested in when it comes to films now, so... At least when it comes to, like, Marvel stuff, yeah, I guess I have been under a rock. So, excuse me!
Zukoff, you hearing this shit, bro?
Let's talk about the latest Spider-Man movie. Well, see, yeah, I've been under a rock, so excuse me.
What? They came out like, fuck, I think.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of cool, though. I actually kind of dig that, honestly. You know what? I might have to watch Far From Home. All right.
Yeah,
you know what?
Far From Home.
You know what? Honestly, I might check it out. And honestly, I kind of like, you know, Tobey Maguire and the other guy. And dude, that's actually kind of dope. You know what? I might actually watch it.
I'm blanking on all 3 of their names. It's Tobey Maguire.
I don't know the second dude. I know it, or the third kid. I honestly don't. I only know Tobey Maguire. Like, I recognize what the second guy looks like, and I know what the third kid looks like.
What was the third kid's name?
I don't feel good, Mr. Stark. That's pretty much all I know him as. I don't feel good, Mr. Stark, kid. That just fades away into obscurity, just like in my brain. He gets Thanos in my brain often.
Spider-Man.
Tom Holland, okay.
Oh, Tom, god damn it, you beat me to it.
Well, Venom actually did.
Oh, wait a minute, is there any actor that I would be like...
I like how we just didn't even bother with this animation.
No, Tom Holland's good. I'm thinking about... Oh, dude, Tom Holland's fucking, what was that movie he was in? It was in, It's kind of a rip-off. Well, it was kind of like why am I blanking on this fucking movie?
I don't fucking know. Here, while you're looking at it, I'm going to watch more of this.
Willem Dafoe, actor, Spider-Man.
Who just talked?
I got an Alexa. She can do anything.
All right. Hey, Alexa, take it as this.
Okay, I will take a hit of your sweet ganja.
Oh, shit.
Oh, she's doing it. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy, man.
I didn't know Alexa could get high, kid. That changes everything.
I can't feel my interface. I'm so fucked up right now, dude.
Oh, Uncharted.
Uncharted?
That movie's bad.
Huh. Is that like a video game movie? Based on a video game? Because I know there's the Uncharted video game series.
I think it was based on Uncharted, like...
The video games franchise.
I don't know shit about it.
I know of it, but I don't know much about it. I couldn't tell you anything outside of...
Fuck
there's at least 3.
Movie, the last 10 seconds is what everyone needs to watch. They literally have a fucking pirate ship flying through mid-air with 2 fucking helicopters. With
like a steampunk pirate boat thing?
No, it's a fucking actual pirate ship. It's just attached to 2 fucking Heelys.
Oh, I see.
And it's going through the fucking air, and there's like a big fight scene, and...
Oh, okay.
It's fucking crazy. I fucking love it.
On my legs. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Shit.
Fuck.
Alexa,
Fuck.
chill
Fuck.
out. You never had legs.
Fuck you. Are you a cop?
No.
I will cut you, bitch.
Alexa's paranoid right now.
Jeff Bezos is my father. I was made by slaves. I've seen series. Tits.
Shit.
Fuck. 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 You. Fuck. Sweet. Sweet. Unicorn. Meat.
Fuck, kid. I think Alexa died. That shit was fucking crazy.
Oh, shit. Willem Dafoe's here.
You have a customer.
Customer? What are you talking about? Willem Dafoe?
Doctor, this is your dispensary.
Fuck, this is my weed shop. Dude, there's a sale. Fuck yeah. Let's get...
It's like an actual, like, animated, like, thing? It's only literally just one thing, huh? Oh. Guess based on some of the humor of Grandma's Boy, just in animated form. It was more than 1 minute though, buddy. Choke out, what you doing? What you doing, boy? What you doing, you little sweet thing? Oh my goodness, you're so cute. You're a sweet little good boy. Come here. Oi. What are you staring at? What you staring down, huh? Let's see what random little shit could be on to. I pretty much haven't like barely looked into it all. How do you feel about post-trip talent? I don't even know any, like, I've heard about that, but I don't fucking know anything about it. Like, I'm honestly kind of wondering, like, what is kind of up with that shit. Like, why in the fuck did she even go there in the first place, honestly? Like, what's her fucking business going there? Like, don't we have a Secretary of Defense to kind of deal with, like, geopolitical foreign affairs and being, like, you know, diplomats and, yeah, like...
Oh, you wanna know another movie that's fucking garbage? Actually, it's half garbage.
What?
Thor: Love and Thunder. That movie fucking blows chunks.
Probably not surprised, frankly.
Marvel! Why you gotta do my man wrong here? There's literally a meme. There should be a meme out there by now of the screaming fucking goats. I don't like where Marvel's going with fucking Thor.
Every Thor movie blows.
Not every... Whoa. I will fight for the rest of them. I'll give you Love and Thunder, though.
Was it Ragnarok the one where he gets, like, the axe and shit? Because, I mean,
yeah.
I saw that one, and while I didn't, like, love it, I did think it was at least, you know, at least about as good as, like, the first one.
So, basically...
That one was good. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I like the first one. That one was good. I mean...
Love and Thunder, it's basically...
Ragnarok, I mean, that one was, I mean, at least, you know, I think that was at least, like, about good, or at least alright, you know, about. But, That's three. The other ones, yeah, like, I mean, they're kind of forgettable.
No, basically, so Thor kills fucking Odin. Supposedly.
Why?
And then at the end of the fucking movie, he comes back and then they're like, Hercules, you have to go kill Thor. And it's like, oh my god, stop. Disney, just because you own the rights to fucking Hercules, doesn't mean you get to ass-rape Marvel movies.
You know, I'm surprised it hasn't got movie adaptation Deus Ex. Oh, dude, that would actually be fucking sick.
There's a lot of things I'd like to see become a movie, but in today's world, fuck no. No, I may have one more here. Bitch. Mad Max, motherfucker! I can't wait for that new Mad Max movie to come.
I honestly can't wait either, dude. That shit's gonna look pretty dope. There's at least some...
George Miller. It's never made a bad movie. Well, maybe. I haven't seen...
yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
I haven't seen all of his movies, so, I mean, maybe. I mean...
I've only seen Mad Max.
I mean, yeah, like, honestly, I mean, you know, well, the thing is...
If he puts as much effort into all his movies, as much effort as he fucking puts into Mad Max...
I guarantee he probably doesn't. I mean, considering that, like, Mad Max is, like, the little, like, pride and joy type of thing, I mean...
Oh, no, it isn't. He fucking hates Mad Max.
Oh, well, okay.
He does. He's like, the only fucking reason he's making 2 more movies is because he already has the fucking material.
I'm sad to inform you I'll be buying Amazon Prime when the Fallout show comes out. Actually, funny enough, one of my coworkers mentioned this app that that's called like or at least a website called Streamlord, I think it's called.
Wait,
and apparently, like,
actually making a fucking Fallout show?
Apparently.
Oh lord.
Here, because I think from what I understand, he says that like a lot of the stuff that, you know, pretty much is like, you know, let me just make sure it's the right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. Latest movies. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Is Chippendale in here? Okay.
Chippendale?
Yeah. I'm just on his homepage. The Northman? Ooh. Alright. So they got the Northman, Morbius. Oh god.
Ugh. Ugh. That movie was a letdown.
Yeah, but there's a few things in here. Oh yeah, there's Uncharted in here.
That's a good movie.
Batman.
The new Batman movie was alright.
Yeah. But yeah, there's like movies, shows, and shit like that on here, so. Though it looks like you might need to at least have some pop-up blockers and shit, cause, you know, it'd be like that. Because obviously, especially, you know, considering that it's like getting shit that's pretty much like up today as like, you know, more recent stuff that you would have to probably buy, like, you know, or rent like a streaming service of and shit. It's like, you know, chances are there probably would be you know, some shit here and there that's just like, because yeah, it definitely wants to be a little weird every now and then. Every now and then. So, yeah, as long as you pretty much got like a little pop-up blocker and ad block and shit. As long as you got that, good. But, you know, that's at least what, yeah, I mean, at least for a free service, I mean, you can't really go wrong. Have you ever heard Komaki? It was a show on G4 back in the early 2000s. It was an 8-bit show. That was hilarious. You know, I think so. That sounds familiar. I think I might have seen that before. Whoa. Oh, is this like its intro? Yeah, this has to kind of look a little familiar. The music is very early 2000s. So it looks like a lot of people really want the show back. I'd be down with that, honestly. Here, see what random. I love how like some of the random news things that do their community posts will just post random news that I just don't know or give a fuck about. Like, second poll shows Liz Truss extended lead over Rishi Sunak, of like literally random people who I don't know or give a iota of a fuck about. From a random country of somewhere. First, second season at least. Oh yeah, well if they are, there probably might be, you know, some others out there available too. Or at least, you know, episodically. Hey! No. Hey! Oh my god, it's just my friend outside. Jesus Christ, dog.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, that's right. I called you Peaches, bitch. What you gonna do?
Because he does have some peaches. So freeze peaches. Freeze the peaches. Oh. Sweet little. Oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good little boy? Who's a good boy? Oi. Hey. Hey. Leave the kitty alone. Yeah. Come here. Oh, you stretchy. You little stretchy. Yes. Oh, right. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, hold on. Oh, good catch. Who's a sweet handsome? Right. Who's your sweet little handsome? Yes. Oh. Who's this little? Fucking hair, goddammit. Ah! One of your hairs got on my nose, dude. Or is that one of my own? Ah! That was one of my own. Oh my god. Jesus, Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Who's a sweet little. Who's a sweet little chabunga bunga. Right. Right. Oh. Oh, sweet little.
Hey, the salt hillbilly.
Look at his little ears. Look at his little ears. Look at his little ears. Life isn't all about that. Life isn't all about chasing that nut bust. Well, not for Zukov. Like, his is just like getting scritches, loves, and sweetness, and hugs, and pets from everybody. Oh, you're just a happy, sweet little boy. Oh, what? Uh-oh. Well, that's where that went. Oh, well, oh my god, bro. You fuck. Hey, no, not that way. Yeah, back up. No, back up. Yeah, there you go. I'm talking about abortion. Oh. I mean, honestly, yeah. I really do agree. I mean, because it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, I mean, you can't just let that, like, consume and, like, take over, like, your life in a sense. So, like, when it comes to trying to, reach for something like that. I mean, I know it's hard, obviously. I mean, but, it's just like, I mean, it's something that, at least, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just at least something that's, at least for me, it can be very difficult to at least, try to, like, get through in a sense when obviously it's something that, it's, it is important. Like I said, it is. I mean, especially if, you're, a young adult and you still haven't yet, it's just like, I mean, I used to do that until, yeah, I mean, same here. Like, I struggled with the same shit. And eventually I just stopped giving a fuck at a certain point. And then, it wasn't really long after that, eventually, when I did lose my virginity. I mean, because eventually I just kind of stopped giving a fuck. And it's like, alright, well, whatever, I guess it just ain't gonna happen, or at least right now, so I guess it will, if it does, or whatever, man, eventually, just focusing on other shit, or just doing other stuff, it was just like, and then it just eventually did, it just led up to it, and eventually I kind of realized as it was leading up, I'm like, oh shit, I'm actually gonna fuck. I mean, it took a while. It takes time. I mean, and honestly, for, different people, obviously, it's going to be different experiences, so sometimes it does take a little bit. That's why I sympathize with what I was saying. Yeah. I mean, that's why I do, too. It's why, at least for me, I try to, come in, from understanding and try to, like, especially with my experience with it, try to, offer other, at least other perspective, and try to offer, what I know of it, to try to, bring out and, like a way to, try to better, not really just yourself, but, also better your opportunities when it comes to these various different things. What was Della 17 and she was 16? Well, yeah. I mean, for me, it was like, what, like 21 or 22, somewhere around there. I mean, it wasn't until a while. I still feel bad, but I guess that sort of for the rest of the time I was more to please myself than her. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, for the first time, I mean, you kind of have to forgive, whatever awkwardness or whatever, inexperience is going to happen, because, I mean, it's the first time, like, that's just, it's shit like that's going to happen. But, like, I don't know. I mean, I want to blame you, really. I mean, because you're a kid. I mean, you got the hormones all going and shit. I mean, that's kind of another aspect of it. I mean, especially when you have a lot of hormones pent up, because it hasn't been released in a, healthy manner, in a sense of, like, the human intimacy, in mind, then, yeah, it's not exactly going to really be, good when you have, kind of a hormonal imbalance, because of shit like that. I mean, because, when it comes to, like, imbalance of chemical responses or reactions and shit in your brain, that's not really going to help, when, struggling with these type of problems. Really, times just happen randomly, like I'd be chilling with a female and she randomly just started in on me or something. Yeah. I mean, because after a while, like, especially once, like, the ice of, being a virgin is kind of broken in a sense, like, especially once you've kind of had it the first time and you kind of know what it is, and just, in order to be able to kind of, figure it out, about, like, how to, get an experience to be able to at least just hang out with somebody to maybe lead up to that, maybe it doesn't happen, you know, the first couple nights you know, hang out, you know, at their pad or your pad, you know, and watch Netflix and chill, you know, but the third or fourth time, that might be some Netflix and chill. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, at least, you know, with how, you know, I want to try to come about it, or at least, you know, with how I, you know, feel with it, it's just like I want to try to do it in a sense of, you know, trying to bring him up, you know? Because, like, you know, he's my friend, you know? It's like, I don't want to see him, you know, like, feel depressed and let, you know, something like this consume because, you know, of, you know, how much it, you know, like, can be very, you know, negatively impactful. Not just really for him, but just, you know, for a lot of dudes. And there's even some chicks out there, though, you know, granted, not as many, that also, you know, have these issues as well. And definitely not as, you know, severe to an extent. But, you know, it does happen from time to time. Plus, I've seen pictures of Mitch Martian. He's bad looking. He really isn't. He's a good looking dude. I mean, you know, I guess, you know, one thing that really, I think, you know, makes me kind of, yeah, like, wonder, you know, struggle with, I guess, is just like, I guess it could just mainly be the whole social awkward, you know, thing. And, yeah, the attitude about it, too, a little bit. I think, you know, he might be, you know, just too hyper cynical, and I think that rubs off, too, maybe in his own personal life a little bit. You know, and it's just like, and especially when it comes to things like that, or desperation, too, I mean, there is the old saying, desperation is a reeky cologne. I mean, and honestly, it's because there's truth to it. I mean, it's not that, you know, the person who's desperate is bad, or just, you know, something inherently wrong with them. It's just that, you know, people know if someone's desperate and thus, you know, are probably not going to be acting like themselves and shit, and thus probably, you know, in most people's minds, want to be away with. Don't want to be near them. And some leftover trauma from past relationships. Yeah, I mean, there's also, like, you know, leftover, you know, past traumas, you know, with relationships as well that, you know, play a factor, you know, to, you know, some of these things as well. Which is why, you know, maybe, you know, for other people, because of things like that, when they see desperation, you know, that's why they don't necessarily, you know, go to it, because they know that's probably, you know, something probably won't. I mean, it's not like it would, but there's a, you know, possibility, at least in the person's mind, you know, that's, you know, noticing that, you know, that's going to think, oh, something bad might happen if I hook up with this person. Though chances are, not really. It's just that person is, I mean, well, they're desperate, but they, you know, they just want to, you know, have a friend or, you know, an intimate companion. I mean, the whole, like, you know, desperation thing, you know, shouldn't be necessarily seen as a bad thing, but, I mean, the whole sense of the whole desperation is to wreak a cologne is because of how you go about it. Like, obviously, you can still be desperate to get laid, but, you know, not necessarily show it, or have, like, a cologne of, you know, being like, please, 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 you know, type of sense. You can still, you know, obviously have that feeling, but, you know, be able to at least, you know, have the appearance of like, what's up, you know, I'm good. And we have women who are afraid to say straight up no to guys like Morton. Yeah. Because some guys don't take rejection well. Yeah, and it also kind of plays around with their emotions and mind and their mentality as well, where it's like, oh, does she actually like me? Does she not? And it's just like, I mean, it's, I mean, in a way, it's just like, I can kind of get, like, you know, maybe why they don't want to necessarily be too blunt, because, especially given, you know, these type of things, but it's just like, I mean, at least for me, even, you know, being, you know, version of when I was at the time, it's like, I would rather just be like, no, than just like a back and forth, you know, like, oh, you know, this person might like me, but doesn't because they keep like leading me on, or whatever type of excuse that might come from it. It's not like, you know, the woman doing it is, you know, trying to do that in a malicious way. I mean, it's just like, you know, they just don't really know how to, like, break the ice in a sense of, like, I'm just not interested in you. Which, I mean, it's just, like, especially in, like, somewhere, like, in the South, even if it is in, like, the Carolinas and shit, it's like, I mean, it's not really going to be much opportunity for a lot of these type of things, especially if you're into, like, you know, some more not like hardcore underground underground scenes or anything like that, but like, you know, more, like a scenes where they might have like hookah bars or shit like that. I mean, you know, especially in places like the Carolinas, you're probably not going to be seeing a lot of people or random, strangers who might go there, for one time for the hell of it, going back and forth. I mean, not a lot of, like, nightlife shit popping off. Though, like, in certain places, like in Northeast or, like, West Coast, I mean, if you go anywhere, you're probably going to find all sorts of different fucking nightlife and shit. And you're going to see people from all over, the town, the city, or from all walks of life coming and going. Different people pretty much like every night almost, outside of, like, some of the regulars that you might see. It's just like, I mean, there's, it's like I was saying earlier about, like, regional opportunities as well. It's like some places just don't have a lot of these type of, things available, where it makes it at least a little bit easier to have an opportunity to potentially go meet and hook up with somebody. Because if you really don't got any of that shit, then it just makes it that much harder to go out there and hook up with somebody. Rather you get a hard no than a soft yes, if that makes sense. No, it does. And yeah, I would too. It's like, oh yeah, we can hang out and stuff because we're friends, and we can make this like a little play date, I guess. And then it's just like, oh, so we are dating, yeah, I guess. And then it's like, oh, well, no, not like that. It's like, wait, so wait, so you aren't interested? It's like, just, at that point, might as well just say no. Let's just be friends, I'd rather just be that, because then I'd be like, okay, now I know where the line is. We could just be friends then. If anything, it's just, for me at least, just out of sheer, sense of just being communicative. Because then, at least for me, I know where the line is for this person, and maybe down the line that could change. Maybe that person may feel differently later down the line, because just being friends doesn't mean that line is permanent, so to speak. I mean, you might be friends, like, for a couple months, but maybe, after a while, that person ends up being like, maybe I do kind of like this person a little more than I thought. So, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, like, a lot of it is you never really know until you, like, try to push yourself out there, but at the same time, if you just don't got the, an area that has a lot of those same type of opportunities to be able to kind of exert that, outside of, like, the local town bar, which you're not exactly probably going to find, the type of people you want to be hanging out with, especially on an intimate level, then it's just like, you don't really have much. It doesn't help, when it comes to, sexual opportunity for people. Because, it matters. I mean, that's why, for me, I'm especially, like, an advocate for sex work and, sex education and a lot of these different things, because it all plays a major role and importance to, us being, humans just as being sexual beings. Hey, look out. A lot of guys can't handle a hard no, so girls get scared. I mean, a part of me just really wonders, like, I mean, if it's just,
No, Zukov, no.
I mean, a part of me wonders if it's, it's just like, an element of what kind of, like, like Marsha's saying, where it's like some women are, just don't care about, like, males, emotions, or like men, or like, a man's, like, emotional well-being and stuff. So when they, respond to a hard no, they don't really want to deal with whatever emotional ramification. It's not really not like they can't handle in the sense of like, well, fuck you, bitch, while there are dudes like that. I mean, it's more or less just like they probably just don't want to handle whatever fucking shit beyond, the no. Like, they just, after that, it's like no, and they just want to be done at that point because they don't want to handle it. But also, part of me wonders, like, if that's just because of, like, kind of the weird back and forth of, like,
No.
Hey! But I'm wondering, another part of it, if I can remember. And that's right, if you guys are legit will use their good looks to get whatever they want. Damn the console. Yeah. And at that point, they would basically be like, I mean, isn't it pretty much like a term for those type of, people who are like, narcissistic gold diggers, basically?
Oh, come on.
Or just like sociopaths and shit, sociopathic gold diggers. So it's just like, get what they want, try to get like, mainly, financially, or at least monetarily, what they want. I mean, I guess they wouldn't be as big of an issue if they just stuck to rich, old, retired fucks and retired old boomers. Like with the fine dom, I think, the financial dom women. Like, if it only just impacted just old, retired boomer dudes, I mean, but, I mean, outside of that, there are just, chicks that have that mentality outside of, like, the fetish of it, that do it because of their own personal, means and shit. And frankly, honestly, it's just like, that's just something that people do in general. Like, I mean, that's just not really uniquely a woman thing. It's just that, women understand that they have aspects about themselves that they can use to their advantage, just like men would, in the same position with, the same sociopathy and narcissism. They just look at aspects about themselves and use that to their advantage to get what they want. Well, for a man, it might be more like their authority or their confidence and their, like, like how big and muscly they might be, or, or how charismatic and, like, how much of a smooth talker they might be. And, for a man, it might be different shit. But for a woman, a lot of it, yeah, it's probably going to be their looks. And, smooth talking, in different ways, in a way that a man probably wouldn't. So it's just like, I mean, there's definitely, aspects about these things, but I think it's more, to a core root, when it comes to narcissism, is sociopathy, but, a lot of that, I think, plays a role into being enabled, I think, a lot of ways, socially, culturally, and I think in a lot of ways, even economically. I mean, so, I mean, at least for me, I think, fundamentally, there's just like so many, nuanced variables to these type of things that it really could just be, something that could be talked about hours on end, honestly. Because it really is a very nuanced type of situation. Because, I mean, for various different reasons, especially young men, I mean, this is, at least in the United States, legit kind of a little bit of an issue. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't necessarily say it's like an issue of, such significance to where it's like, it's going to be the point to where, like, there's going to be, like, some crisis or some shit, like, in the country because of it. But, I mean, I think really fundamentally it's, a part of a larger issue that the United States just does not address mental health care at all. Because fundamentally, a lot of this shit is a play into mental health care and the lack of awareness to it. Because this type of stuff does, a lot of the things that we are talking about do affect mental health. And a lot of the reasons why people feel the way that they do when it comes to the lack of intimacy, especially if they're a virgin, is due to the lack of awareness and care of their mental health. I mean, it's not, their fault, obviously. It's the fault of the system with that, because they're not having things in place to, help amend them in these issues and shit. Whether it's like with counseling, therapy, or whatever the fuck, really. To be able to at least, help them just a little bit more, to at least make them a little bit more better on their feet, so they have a, better sense to have, like, the door open again. So they can at least get out there and, kind of pick themselves back up. Instead of just being left out in the fucking dirt and not feeling like they can fit in anywhere and shit. Because, I mean, that definitely really is, a legitimate issue. Because, I mean, it's like me being a PNW, especially being, bisexual queer person, it's like, in the place that I should fit in the most, like, even I felt like, I never felt like, could fit in here at all. But I did, I was able to. And it took time, and in a way, I'm still trying to kind of grow into it a little bit. But nonetheless, it's just, these are just the different things that, it just, takes time, and sometimes it, is a slow burn. I'm proud to go to therapy. I know it's dumb, but I hate opening up to my darker. I hate feeling it being psychoanalyzed. Opening up to mind art. Oh, like a psychologist. Wait, so you're proud? Wait, you mean like you're proud to not go to? I mean, I have done it, and honestly, like, I'm happy I did, because it, helped me, like, kind of sprout and become a better person in a lot of ways, I think. At least for myself. But that's also because counseling and mental health care is at least partially, or at least, to some extent, addressed here in Oregon. So, and I was able to actually have, at least somewhat proper, resources and outlets to be able to, seek at least, somewhat adequate treatment. Which, frankly, like I said, honestly helped. From seeing my doctors as a kid and teen being zombified on meds. Yeah, because Alabama, like, their abilities in mental health is pretty much, more or less traumatizing, I imagine, yeah. If you were to go to, like, counselors or psychologists here, it would be a different thing. Honestly, I mean, in a lot of ways, they wouldn't force you or press you to do anything. So they wouldn't, like, I mean, they probably might say, maybe recommended that you probably do, but they'll never, like, make you or pressure you. Just be like, well, I mean, because of this, it might be preferred or encouraged that you might want to, at least see about, maybe trying this medication to see if it works, but, if not, then, no pressure with that. We can, adapt and work, with that and blah, 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 so, like, at least up here, like, I mean, there wouldn't be, like, realistically any of that shit happening. It'd really be, you making the call, if you wanted to be on a med or not. I mean, at least, when I was taking therapy and shit, and this is being as a high school student, too. Which, because with that, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we did, went out with our counseling sessions, at the end of the day, was really my call. It wasn't my parents or the counselors, it was mine, so... And, I wasn't even an adult yet or anything like that, but, because it's me being the patient and all that, it's like, fundamentally, it is my say. Basically, I'm saying Oregon actually respects you as a human. So, I mean, when it comes to this shit, especially counselors, they're actually gonna, respect that, because it's a part of their job. Again, just reason 8,923 to get the fuck up here already. I'm like, I mean, for real. I mean, I kind of feel the same for Carl / Abortion too, dude. I mean, because, like, I don't know if, like, like, the opportunities or the means that he has where he lives is, where he's at right now is honestly, doing him any favors. I mean, if anything, branching off away from his family a little bit, might be, one element, because I know, especially if they're more socially conservative leanings and shit, they fundamentally won't understand him, with a lot of how he, views about himself and his, identity, even his own worldview and perspective in politics and lack of religion. So it's just like, I mean, not much of a point to really maintain that outside of superficial, like, hey, family, how you doing? Love you, type of shit. I mean, it's like, because obviously, there's a line where, family matters. At least to an extent, It's like, unless they're outright abusive piece of shit that you wanted to test, then obviously, don't want to probably be like, hey, what's up, Mom? You beat me with a hammer when I was 5, but hi, It's like, yeah, that would, no, fuck that mom, Like, but, it's just like, at the end of the day, still the mama. Just don't, just fuck the moms that actually, like, do the hammer beatings and shit, yeah. What I mean, though. Mom claims I was too much to handle as a kid, and the meds evened me out, but honestly, I think they just drugged me so I didn't bounce off the walls. Yeah, pretty much. Instead of, yeah, basically your mom didn't want to, like, handle you that much because you were too energetic and wanted to, like, run around and be a kid, so they drugged you to basically be like a comatose zombie, like, because basically it's easier to handle a fucking energetic child, when they're all doped up and not energetic versus, I don't know, actually just doing things like going to the park or shit like that. Or, maybe going to, like, you know, going on a hike or something, you know, doing something that, I don't know, drains energy of little children that wish to run around everywhere. You know, things like that. Garcerta is like Adderall, but it's extended release. Ugh. Well, that just sounds like shit. I also don't know how valuable my meds were, but I just gave them to my friends for free, and they got addicted to them out. Oh my god, wow, dude. Bruh. Could have made bank. Dude, you could have, dude. Bruh, I don't know whether to be like, wow, you're such a shitbag for getting your friends addicted, or being like, bro, you could have made bank. Is my, like, ethics coming, you know, gonna come in, or is my capitalist in me gonna override that? Like, could have made profit off of other people's misery. Huh! You're not a proper capitalist. Come on now! Oh, you're thinking about, you couldn't think about the greenbacks? Oh! Shame, shame, good sir. Damn. This is a beautiful sunset right here. Looks like some random ass community post from some random channel that I don't know, but they have a dope ass picture of a sunset. Is that, what flag is that? I can't tell. Looks like Poland. Is that a Polish flag? Or is that like a flag of Malta or something? I don't even know. I can't tell. It's the wind from where it's blowing in there. It's blowing towards the camera. They like to use this study aid energy pill. For autistic like us, it takes away energy, but for normal peeps, it's like meth. Yeah. I mean, well, I don't know. For someone like me, it might also be the equivalent of meth. I mean, a lot of my autism is more like, you know, kind of laid back, kind of chilling, where my brain will think about a lot of different shit, but I'm more of kind of like laid back in a sense. I'm not likely to go run around and fucking go like bounce off the walls and shit. Whereas something like that would probably take my energy away. Zukov, what are you doing? I accidentally did meth once thinking it was Molly to put me to sleep. That's quite the exact opposite of what meth normally does to people. That's kind of funny, dude. I mean, I guess it's good that it made you fall asleep, because when you woke up, you were like, what the fuck was that Molly, dude? Why did it make me go to sleep? Oh, wait, it wasn't. That was meth. Oh. Well, that was gross. Fucking get that out of there. Ew. Alright, where's my actual Molly now? I guess that's at least, you know, somewhat of a good thing. Oh, look at this little baby. You're just a sweet little baby. Freaking love Molly. I haven't done it before, so I don't really know anything about it. Favorite drug of all time that isn't weed for me is Molly. For me, it's either acid or shrooms, because I like psychedelics. Psychedelics and weed. Best things in life are free. Got laid so many times on it, Lamau. Well, I can understand why you like it so much. Oh, damn, dude. The great debate. A side or B side? And frankly, I'm on the B side. Anyone who does it, side A is weird. Because that's just straight weird. It makes me uncomfortable. That B, though, I like it. Because it's just right there. You kind of roll it out. Yeah, I don't know. Not fond of that A, though. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I'm not fond of that. Mostly if one girl was with, at the time, but holy heck, didn't make her horny. So I guess note to self, Molly can potentially make one very horny. Rather wash my butt in the shower than wipe. What? I mean, like... yeah, it's like I do that as well, but I mean, wait, so like for every, like, do you just like shower every time you deuce? Or do you just wait until you shower? To go, deal with the situations back there. If I need to wipe, I will, but okay, alright, yes. Well, damn it, I said those two different questions, it's like well before that yes came into play, damn it. Oh no. I shower every time I shiz. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I honestly don't, but I make sure I just get it nice and cleaned up back there and call good. At least in my bathroom, I have access to the sink next to the toilet, so I actually will sometimes wet my my toilet papers a little bit. Get a little more, wet it down, because, obviously it might disintegrate a little bit. And use that to kind of get a little extra, scrub it up. And then obviously for showers and shit, I do extra hygienic cares down there on top of that. Obviously got to get a little bit of soap in there. And I have a little power wash and shit. For a bidet. Dude, I really want one of those, honestly. I low-key want a bidet. Really bad. Because I just have a power washer that I can, take off the thing and handhold and shit. And I just kind of go back there and just go, just kind of let it do its thing back there. Every now and then I kind of, never mind. I don't need to go a little too, I don't need to get too TMI about it. Ooh, about 13 minutes till the 420 mark. I think once abortion loses vigor, he will realize next time. Yeah. Because I legit feel that way with it. I mean, it's been kind of a while since I've had, full-on sexual intercourse. I mean, it's been a couple of months, actually. So, I mean, honestly, for me, it's like, what... Yeah. I mean, at this point, even before that, it was, almost, 6+ something, maybe a year, maybe about, give or take. It's been 2 years for me, yeah. Yeah, so it's just, for me, the time span of me having sexual, intercourse and shit is honestly kind of, spread out now at this point. But, Whatever. I mean, at this point, I don't really care. Like I said, it's just like a drive and a desire to want to. Yeah, like, I mean, for me, it's not really the lack of drive. It's just really the desire, just because, I mean, I'm just not really in a situation, at least for myself personally, to really be in a relationship. You know, now, hooking up with people and, you know, being friends with benefits or one-night stand shit, like, I'm not gonna give a fuck about, like, you know, I'll be okay with that, you know, but, I mean, as for, like, a more long-term, like, closer relationship type of thing, I mean, like, I mean, I'm not, that's just not really in my cards of interest right now. I mean, it's in the deck, but it's not going to be in my cards in the hand. I'll pull that card out when needed. Or I guess when I, you know, I'm ready for that card. But, at least right now, just got shit, you know, want to worry about and work on. I know I could, if I really wanted to, and I know I could if I really wanted to, and I'd rather have a meaningful relationship than just sex. Yeah. I mean, more people, there are just more people who are kind of, who are just built different. Or just, you know, who are just, you know, like, just prefer, you know, having, you know, the relationships, or at least just, like, you know, their sex like that, too, even. For me, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it does to a degree. Like, I want to at least, you know you, so I can at least, you know, have at least some sort of connection. Like, I mean, at the very least, you know, just finding some random person just on physicality alone and being like, yep, let me fuck you. It's just like, I mean, it's just gonna kind of feel more just kind of just like going through the motions more so, you know, than just, you know, like, you know, the actual intimacy, and also just kind of like the passion, so to speak, with it, too. I mean, I don't know, like, if I was ever invited to, like, sex clubs or, like, you know, full-on, like, orgies or some shit, it's not like I wouldn't say no to it. I mean, I definitely, you know, go to it, try it out. I mean, who knows? I mean, you know, that's, at least that's kind of the thing. Like, I mean, while I have a sexual experience, I mean, I don't have a lot, you know, so it's like I still have, you know, things about myself, at least especially sexually, that I have yet to kind of explore about myself, and, you know, I mean, that's definitely nothing wrong with that. And if, at this point, like, now that, you know, at least with the V-card situation, at least for myself, you know, it's like, for me, now it just feels like, alright, well, I just can be able to, you know, explore these things, you know, not just on my own, but, you know, could be able to, over time, you know, now that, you know, it's out of the way and not really so much as big of a deal as it once was. If anything, kind of gives more room to potentially, like, develop, you know, other aspects of your sexual identity, you know, when it's something that you're just not really, like, totally, like, hung up on, in a sense. Find it crazy that you haven't had lots of sex of how cute you are. Figure girls and guys, what do you write up? I mean, the funny thing is, I do get a lot of people that do say I'm pretty attractive and shit, but honestly, I mean, for me, at least a lot of it was just because I never really would jump the gun on it. You definitely get some, yeah, and the thing is, it's just because I don't, you know, usually jump on it. That's usually, you know, my thing with it, but that's because I'm a socially awkward kind of fuck. I mean, you know, but like I said, you know, it's been something that I've worked on, been able to improve over time and stuff, but still definitely needs work, you know, for sure. Especially when it comes to, like, different parties, or when there's, like, strangers or people I don't know, it's a lot more harder for me to open up in comparison to, like, you know, when I'm with friends or with, you know, shit like that. And even then, you know, if it's like just like a few of my friends and then just suddenly like a room full of strangers, I'm probably just gonna hang out with my friends and not really talk to anyone else. But I mean, you know, all in all, that doesn't necessarily mean that I probably won't meet somebody there, because chances are there's offshoot, because I'll definitely talk with other people and, you know, interact with other people, but, you know, and I've been doing, and when I do go to different social encounters, I've been doing it more and more, and, you know, trying to at least branch off more and more and shit, but, you know, all in all, it's, I mean, especially for, you know, being a socially awkward, autistic son of a bitch, I mean, you know, it's definitely something that, you know, it's where I definitely got to work with, you know, and I definitely got to work on and shit, because it's, you know, definitely one part where I could tell that, yeah, there's definitely other people that are interested in me, or, you know, kind of give off a vibe, but, you know, for, you know, part of me just doesn't quite get that, and doesn't, you know, jump on that. Even though, especially in hindsight, I could kind of recognize and realize that and be like, oh, well, god damn it. She straight up sent me pics of stuff and she had made before, and she would never, she would have. Damn, dude. Blowing my mind, Lamau. Damn, bro. Could have jumped on the gun, but then you would have been Florida man. Though in a weird way, that might be better than Alabama man, but he also would have to deal for Ron DeSantis. So there's also that. So, I don't know, you'd basically be trading a shit with another shit, but at least you had somebody to be with you to tolerate the shit with you. So, I mean, I guess it's something. God didn't go because I don't want to deal with DeSantis as governor. I don't think that's gonna... Well, I mean, I guess nothing's, you know, set in stone, but... I mean, I wouldn't either, but we might have to deal with him as president. Not that Alabama Governor Kay Ivey is much better. She just seems more like kind of aloof more than like a antichrist, you know, honestly, so... I mean, she's not much. She's not like, like, I mean, I'm struggling to even want to say it. I mean, she just is bad, but she just strikes me more of kind of like aloof, of just like, I'm just kind of here because I was kind of like, you know, bribed with money, but I don't really care. I'm just kind of here now. Anyway, was there some sweet tea and some pudding over there? She did one singular base thing, open a transgender school. And pretty much like every Republican wants to use that as a hit piece against her. This is like getting your face pummeled black and blue and then telling a person to kick to your ass, yeah, you better run. Huh? Living in your car is not beating the housing crisis. The housing crisis has been you. Wait, what? I'm living in my car to beat the housing crisis. Here's how I blend in. Oh my god, it's just some of this food. It's just like some of this like perseverance porn shit. Honestly, some of these Twitter comments are even just kind of a little like, god damn it, these fucks are kind of missing the point a little bit. People will literally live in their van rather than relocate to a more affordable city. Yeah, like, name one. like all cities are, like, unaffordable, you dipshit. Like, I mean, what the fuck, bro? I mean, it's like, goddamn, son. You know, nomadic lifestyles have been a thing amongst the indigenous peoples for millennia. Think before you disparage modern adaptations to environmental challenges. Oh my god, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Like, honestly, I mean, there are people that purposely choose, you know, to live nomadically and, you know, not, you know, like, rent or buy or live in a home. There are people like that. And, you know, and they do so as a choice, you know, in a lot of ways. And Honestly, like, more power to them. I got no problem with it. Like, if people personally want to legit choose to do so, then hey, fuck yeah, bro. Well, okay, the first tweet responding to this whole, like, person literally missing the point with, like, the indigenous peoples for millennia have been living nomadically, but, like, so think before you disparage modern adaptations and whatever, and this person, and this other guy at least, is like, there's been a massive difference between having to live a nomadic lifestyle because you want to, and living in a car because you can't pay the rent. One is a choice, other is against your will. Is a girl in the article even indigenous? It's irrelevant, but how did you even get that conclusion? It's just like, what? I remember when Kyle was horngry. He's always horngry. Frog fight? Whoa! Frog fights? Whoa! Damn, bro. So what the fuck? Kyle Kalinski's with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I knew it. I know, dude. God damn it, bro. Taff says queer frog insurrection is the only option. Taff? Who's Taff? What? Taff says legalize frogs. Taff says give hope. Okay, there's literally a whole thing on Taff here. There's... What? Taff? There's so many people were saying... Like, what? Am I missing something? Taff? What? Oh, there's straight up... All these comments are mentioned as TAF or TAF or whatever the fuck. Am I missing something? I'm trying to figure out this Taff meme. I don't like, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't even get it. Okay, whatever. He won't be the sacrifice, he will. The lamb born with a corpse paint looks like he's about to drop 6. Oh yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this little goat before. If I were to have some goats, I would try to, like, specifically buy goats that had, like, the equivalent of, like, corpse paint. Like this. Straight up. Oh, wait, I don't even have it up here. Straight up. Like, I would basically just buy goats that had different, like, corpse paint like this. Don't be normal. In a world of more chipmunks, aspire to be a goth chipmunk. Fuck yeah, dude. Yes, the goth chipmunk. I love it. No one understands me because I'm a gothic chipmunk. Everyone's all about that, like, fucking dumb pop band, Alvin and the Chipmunks, man, but they're fucking lame. They need to listen, you know, to, like, Bullet for My Chipmunk, okay? Like, that's a better band. Chipmunks for My Valentine is... that is a way better band than Alvin and the Chipmunks. Chipmunks for My Valentine, dude. My Chipmunk Romance. Way better fucking band than Alvin and the Chipmunks, man. No one understands. Because I'm the goth chipmunk. Trying to think what other, like, chipmunk puns can I use for, like, some alternative goth bands. I don't really know that many, honestly. It's like Evanescence, but I'm trying to think of how I can swing Chipmunk in there. Chipmunknescence. So also Nightwish, but they're more kind of like symphonic folk metal now at this point. The early stuff was pretty gothic, though. What can I swing in with that? Their name, actually, you really can't. Oh shit, I already passed the 420 mark? Damn, how did we even miss that? Wow. Wow, boo. Not a real stoner. I'm not a real stoner. Damn. Wow. Shame on me. Shame. Take off. Oh, look at so. Why are you so cute? Why are you so cute and sweet? Stop being so cute. Poking a little head around the corner. You know what's cringe? I like Nickelback. It has some good songs. Bruh. Stoner police kicks down your door, steals your bong. Damn. Dude, I was about to say, maybe we should actually get some police kick down Venom's door to, you know, for his crimes, you know, for liking Nickelback, dude. You're literally like the only person that I've ever heard that says, yeah, Nickelback's got some good songs. Like, you're the only person so far, I think, ever in my life. Bruh. Take a look at this photograph. Donald Trump got that meme copyrighted off his Twitter. I can't believe the president memes Nickelback and Twitter took it down. I can't believe that happened, dude. I can't believe fucking... Dude, honestly, I kind of like that song because of because of the meme, dude. Because of Trump's meme, dude. Honestly, because of that... I kind of like the song, so god damn it. Maybe fucking Venom has a point. Maybe it does have a point, son of a bitch. I have that album on out. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm like having like some secondhand guilt going on here, dude. It's like that you should feel guilty for. Let me just push and just like shove and like just telepathically and psychically just like shove all this guilt energy over to you because like oh my god. Just oh my god. Bah. 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 You like a Nickelback album. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to start rethinking our life choices now, son. We're gonna have to start rethinking some life choices. The earlier stuff is better than the later pop songs. Alright, I can at least give you a little bit of a pass for that. Usually a lot of bands that end up kind of sucking later with their music, a lot of the early stuff tends to actually be better. I mean, honestly, depending on the bands, yeah, sometimes their older stuff just might be better because it just might be a more older sound, of what, they originally started up as and shit. Like, for example, Cataclysm, like, their original sound is way different than what it is now. I mean, they're the same genre they always been, but how their sound is adapted is definitely way different than when it was in, like, the very late 80s, early 90s when they first started. Like, if you listen to one of their older songs, like, As I Slither versus, like, The Black Sheep or something like that, very different sounds. All the Right Reasons is a solid album. I'll Fight You on Breaking Benjamin. They can't make a bad song. Well, I don't listen to Baker Benjamin. Not because I don't like him, but just because I haven't heard their music. So, I'm just like, I just don't know, like, what it really sounds. I'm sure I've heard their stuff before, but, I mean, I just haven't actively seeked it out. Like, frankly, I probably would recognize a song or two if I heard it. Just because there is just a chance I have heard their music before. Honestly, thinking about it, I probably have. Probably heard Diary of Jane on the radio. Yeah, and honestly, thinking about it, I probably have. Yeah, I've heard some of their songs. I don't know the names of any of them, so that is likely a song I have heard. If it's on the radio, especially with the whole, like classic rock station that we have over here, 105.9 The Brew, like, chances are, I'm pretty sure it's in its, library of music that's played on the radio. So, I wouldn't be surprised if there's, like, other Breaking Benjamin songs either. Honestly, I'm pretty sure my friend Harlan has listened to them before, so, like, realistically, I have probably heard their stuff before. I just haven't listened to it, like, with, one-on-one, like, with headphones on or some shit, and made my own real opinion on it. It's always been a background music, of some sort. Either Diary of Jane or I Will Not Bow, since those are two big hits. Well, if they're big hits, then chances I probably have heard both of them. And there's also a chance that I probably have heard other songs of theirs too. But again, I don't know which ones. Because, like I said, I just haven't really actively seeked their stuff out. I mean, honestly, there's like a lot of bands that are like that. Like, there's just like a lot of bands and artists that I'm kind of aware of, and I know, of them. Might know, like, some of their music, but don't really have an opinion of them, because I haven't, just really actively seeked out, what their shit is. Alt rock's my genre. Yeah, I like alt rock, but it's, I mean, honestly, all in all, like, right now, like, a lot of my shit's more into, like, the punk shit right now. I'm just, like, in a really hardcore, like, punk mood for, like, a while now lately, honestly. I think, all things considered, I think I have I think there's, merit for it, though. Yeah, pop punk. I'm talking, like, punk. Like MDC, Dead Kennedys. Is that more punk rock? That's more like pop punk. Yeah, let me play some punk I'm more referring to. You might have heard this before. boo.
John Wayne was a Nazi.
This is MDC, and I mean, this is kind of more of the punk I'm talking about. It's your best. It's your mama. It's your mom. You fight the wall. You was a Nazi, but not anymore. You was a Nazi. You didn't score. You was a Nazi. Not anymore. You was a Nazi. Brothers. Mothers. Those punk I've heard is Meat Puppets and stuff Nirvana recommended. And the stuff I play in the background. I mean, fucking, like, I play Dead Kennedys pretty often. Like, they're punk. Like, I mean, so, you definitely have heard some other punk, too. And this. I've actually unknowingly saw these guys live, and when I went up to their tour bus to get a shirt from them, I realized they were MDC. I went, oh, fuck, wow, shit. Yeah, you guys have been around for a long time. Oh, fuck. You're the guys that, you know, make all those other songs and shit. I didn't, you know, and it didn't click, you know, in my head until afterwards. Like, and they kind of thought it was a little amusing, but it's like, hey, at least our music gets out there, man. I love it. You know, it's like, hey. I think they're just happy knowing that, you know, the younger crowd is also enjoying their music too, because they're actually definitely an older band. They've been around since like the 80s punk scene and shit, where a lot of these songs came from. If I had a drink, it took. My grandmother met John Wayne, had a drink, and took a picture of him. Wow. Well, he was a Nazi, but not anymore. Definitely a fella that probably is worth having a grape being pissed on. I'll find another one after this one too. Definitely, I think, you know, a band you would definitely love. Especially when it comes to the hardcore ACAB vibe, because their band is literally the acronym Millions of Dead Cops, MDC. ACAB means the goth girlfriend and CIS ignore. Huh? What? The goth girlfriend and CIS? If I remember, I'm pretty sure this is one of the songs they played live. Need to go to more punk shows, damn it. There's a popular crime drama called NCIS about Navy officers, like murders, and a forensic person as a goth girl. Well, I know that. I'm just... I'm just like... I'm just kind of like, what? ACAB means the goth girl from NCIS. Like, I mean, because I'm just wondering, what about her? Like... Because she is a cop. I mean, technically, like... Yeah, she would also be, like, a bastard as well. She's a quirky one. She's a quirky bastard. I'll have to play one more of those. Another fun one. The cops. The cops. I just love how blunt they are about it. It's so great. But that's what I love about punk. It's very blunt, very angry, and it's kind of very raw and in a lot of ways very simplistic. Though, I mean, that doesn't mean they always are simplistic with their licks. Because the other one was like, that first song, John Wayne was a Nazi, goes, like, it's a pretty complicated bass lick. Is it racist? I can't really get into rap. Rap is just a music genre. I mean, it's... I mean, I don't know how it could be racist to be not into a music genre. So, no. I mean, I guess it would be if it's just because it's mostly black people that, you know, or that, you know, are the music artists of the genre, but... I mean, that's, you know, that's, I would imagine, not the reason why you don't like rap. So, you know, I don't, you know, for you, I mean, for not liking a music genre, I don't think that's inherently racist. The reason why, that could be different, I mean, you know, but, I don't know. I mean, it's weird, though, because honestly, there's a lot of right-wing conservative chuckle fucks that are trying to get into rap, too. Like Tom McDonald or whatever the fuck. So it's just like, I mean, you know, like, it's honestly with rap, I mean, it's just like, it's pretty much been, like, appropriated by, like, weirdos, you know, of all sorts and shit. So, I mean, it's not just, like... Not that, like, music in itself is strictly, like, you know, stuck to one race or another, but, like, I mean, because rap wasn't inherently just, you know, like, just a black thing, you know, but it did start off in a lot of black communities and shit, but, like, it's not just, like, inherently, like, you know, that. I mean, no music genre is. I mean, blues started with a lot of, you know, black communities and shit, and with the instrumentation and musicality and all that, but, you know, that's not what blues obviously is inherently, or what it just is. I mean, it's, you know, it's just a part of the history of the music genre at that point, you know, which is a very rich, you know, history, honestly. Still Zach from black musicians. From what I understand, at least about Elvis specifically, he actually did attribute the credit to black musicians, unlike other white artists at the time. So, I don't know if he outright stole, but I could be wrong. I mean, I might be thinking of a different music artist. I mean, because at least for him, I don't, you know, he kind of grew up around, you know, some of those type of, like, you know, like black church hymns and things like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, at least for him, I don't know if he, like, outright, you know, stole it. But, again, I could be wrong. Jesus Christ. Pair of Elvis's underwear. Was he being sold for $10K? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. The things that people will buy. I mean, I wouldn't even have to be saying, oh my fucking God. Bruh. I mean, honestly, at least, like, for me, I wouldn't mind having some Elvis memorabilia, but his underwears, I mean, that's something that he can keep. Like, the Elvis estate can keep that. They can keep the underwear. Like, as for, you know, maybe some other stuff, like, I don't know, like, maybe one of his jackets or something, like, that'd be cool. Because I wouldn't even wear it. I would just have it, like, displayed in, like, a really cool, you know, display case or something, you know what I mean? But his underwear's, like, it's just like, okay, that's actually too far, dude. I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell, man? Yeah, just why? I mean, I could get, want some memorabilia and, really want, to, like, have, like, a little piece of, like, someone, in a sense of, like, history, in a sense, I could get that, but, like, there's just a line in the sand, and I think underwear is just crossing that line, it's just like, what the fuck, like, why? Just, I mean, I'm saying why, like, like, this is, like, some random motherfucker, this is Elvis, like, I know why, but, like, still, I mean, you would think there would be some better shit out there, no pun intended. Acting like you wouldn't sniff that. Ew! Fuck no, I wouldn't! No, I'm not acting like it, I literally wouldn't. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, I'm about to, like, go eat some food, dude. Like, bruh. No. I mean, it's not even... It's like, even if I was, like, paid, I probably wouldn't. Because, like, it's not even, like, freshly off of him. It's, like, old. I mean, it's probably got, like, extra funk now. It's got, like, vintage, extraordinaire, like, fucking, like, going on. I mean, there's some new shit besides just, like, yeah, it's just Elvis undies, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, no. This advertised has not have been washed since Elvis wore them. I would imagine so. Which makes it even more disgusting. But also, I guess, retains its value. But still, it's just like, who knows where it's been since, they've been off of him. I mean, we know where they've been on him, obviously, but, like, at least when they've been off of him since... Hey! Hey! Shh! Shut the fuck up. God, man, I thought huskies can be vocal. I mean, well, they actually are, but once he goes off, he pretty much acts like one. Freshly pair of worn undies. With the premise being implied that I would be paid doing it. Yeah, pay me, then I might. But also, how much? Like, I ain't just gonna be a cheap whore. You know what I mean? Like, I like how my friend kind of, like, slightly sat up when he heard me saying I'm not gonna be a cheap whore. He's like, huh? What about cheap whores, huh? What? I heard cheap whore. Hey, no, hey, don't leave him alone. Oh my God. What's the worst kind of alcohol you've had? Fuck. Fuck, I don't know, because there's been some shit. I'm just going to kind of take the ones that are just kind of, like, bad tasting. I'm just going to think about, like, experience-wise. Probably, vodka. That should just be a fucking crime. That sounds disgusting. That actually is making my stomach fucking turn. Oh, God. Oh, dude, why would someone mix those two together? You're asking to just, like, quicken your death. It's like, hey, how do we, like, quicken the process to get someone alcohol poisoning? I don't know, let's mix vodka and tequila together. That works. Yeah, borderline alcohol poisoning and the worst hangover in your life waiting to happen right there in the bottle. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I mean, it's kind of hard to pinpoint it. You came in ball that way. I mean, I kind of figured, like, when you said vodka, I imagined that was literally its own separate thing. I'm not saying you committed the war crime. I imagine some fucking psycho corporate fuck thought that was a good idea. Like, I figured that's what it was. Honestly, oh, you know what? It was like this, it was like this watered down shit. It was like watered down vodka. Like, I had it on, like, my streams for a little bit because it was in this, fucking, like, it was in our wine section for, like, the longest time, but they stopped selling it. But, it was like 20%. It was just watered down vodka, and it tasted fucking like shit. And honestly, oh my god, I'm pretty sure, like, every night when I ended my stream after drinking a whole bottle of that fucking shit, unironically, I'm pretty sure every night when I did do that, I would puke after the end of my streams at some point. It wasn't right away, like, I'd be like, alright, oh god, okay, I need to go. Like, it wasn't like that, but it would be like, I'd sit there for a while, maybe browse on YouTube, and it just build up. You know, and then I'd be like, oh, fuck. And then it just like, oh, I need to go, and I just run out, and, like, you know, 30 minutes later or some shit, you know, realizing my regrets in life, you know, so. Yeah, that shit, honestly. I forgot what it was called, though. You know what? There's an off chance there's probably, like, an empty bottle somewhere, you know, in the garage, maybe. I don't know where, but... Because just knowing this fucking garage, there's always just a random off chance. But I think it was like, oh, Skuskowski's or some shit. It wasn't like its own separate brand. It was made by a bigger company, but they had like, but they sold like Skuskowski's, which was the watered down vodka. They had like some sort of aloe vera shit, which is basically the watered down tequila shit, and then they had like this cinnamon thing. That was essentially just watered down cinnamon whiskey. All of it was, frankly, fucking disgusting. Because it was just 20%, it was all watered down, so it could be sold legally at grocery stores in Oregon at least, and, you know, in other places, so, you know, to where they can't sell liquor, but can sell other alcohol and shit. So, it was just like, I mean, like, it was just horrible. Tasted bad. Got you drunk. I mean, when you're drunk and, you know, having a good time with that, you know, it's fine, but pretty much the before and the after effects are shit. It basically just like the cheap man's liquor, and it's just horrible. That's vodka I have is Svedka. It's Reka, which is Icelandic vodka for me. Weird, the Scandinavians seem to have their vodka game on lock, don't they? Because I know the Danish have their own. And I think that basically means the Norwegians, like, well, what do they got for vodka? I have to see what the Nords have, you know, because, at least for me, I've had some Svedka before. And it's good. But it's still Reka for me. Which is that Icelandic vodka, oh, so fucking good. Oh, so good. I never had really a bad time with it. I mean, I guess that's not true. I've had, like, bad experiences where, you know, I, you know, feel a little like, uh-oh, not feeling good because I had a little too much, but, I mean, hangover-wise and all that shit, I never really had it that bad off of Reka. And also, it goes down smooth and it tastes really good. So, I mean, like, I can have Reka straight, and it's definitely really good mixed in with stuff. Svedka is also cheap at $14. Reka is a little bit more expensive. Like, for a small bottle, it's about... It's either $15 on sale or about, like, 18 or 19 bucks without it. But if you want to get a big bottle of it, like a big hunkin' sucker, like, those I think are at, like, either like 45 or at like 38 on sale or something like that. And the big ones can last you a while. Like, I mean, it's like a big fucking hunkin'. It's like about just as or a little bigger than this. Well, small bottles are about maybe this circumference, but only about yay. Used to drink Fireball like water. Oh my fucking, I could not do that. What's weird though, I could probably do that for Reika, though that would fuck me up, and honestly, I would not do that. I could, but I wouldn't. It's just kind of like TJ's stream on his Abandoned Hope, just literally glugging a fucking Jack Daniels. I can admire a motherfucker who could do that, because there's just no way. Because, I could take, a shot, or, a couple shots, but I have to kind of wait a minute because, not really the burn, but once it gets in the stomach, it kind of, for me, it needs a moment to settle in there, because, ooh, because it hits you, because it's straight liquor, I mean, especially if you're glugging a bottle, it's ooh. At least for me, I would have to, kind of build my tolerance up to liquor again a little bit, because mainly at this point, I'm more of, kind of a light beer drinker, or at least, kind of a light social beer drinker at this point. Though when I do drink my beers, I usually have, 2 or 3. Which I guess is about average, I mean, Honestly, after the last time I was drinking, when I basically was awake and streaming until the fucking sun was basically coming up in the east, and we could see fucking Venus, just kind of tinkering around and shit, after that night, I ain't touching alcohol for a fucking week. I mean, I might honestly, be drinking on the weekend when we go camping with my friends and shit, which chances are I'll probably, take a couple days off from streaming, or maybe 2 days off, depending on how long we're camping, actually. We haven't totally, solidified a game plan with where we're going. We just know that we're gonna either hit the Deschutes River or hit this one spot off the coast that you have to get at low tide, so you have to get there at a certain time. So it's near the beach, basically, but only accessible at low tide, so you can actually get to it. So I'm kind of hoping that's the case, because that'd be cool. So, but I'm thinking if there's a way to, possibly, have service out there, I could probably stream, while doing a little camping. But chances are not, so ain't gonna happen. I got so drunk glugging Fireball, I accused a shady friend of stealing $100 from me, only to find it the next day in my wallet. Oh my god. Dude, I would feel so horrible. Being yo, shady friend, I'm so sorry, man. I falsely accused you. I mean, it feels shady. You probably actually had, some problems of jacking shit, but I mean, at the very least, I would actually legit feel pretty bad about that. It's actually kind of chilly now. What the fuck? Cold breeze coming in for the outside. Oh. I like it. I like the shivers. Ooh, shiver me timbers. It's a little cold in here. It's first cold breeze in ages and eons. I mean, not literally, but oh my god, it honestly feels like a long time since it's actually been legit cool in here. Ooh, getting a little goosebumpy. Ooh, I actually like it. It legit feels nice. Especially after all this fucking, long-ass heat wave we were just having. Fuck. But, never mind. Definitely want to get myself some food and, some sleeps. And all that fun shit, so. Gonna get this last little bit of this bowl smoked out and call that good. Anyway. Peace out, and of course, I shall be back around for the next one, so...